right, we hard headed. We are live. We are back. We are back. We are back. Now, can she handle it? That's the question. Can she handle it? We are back. Y'all see the screen is all big because I changed it. I changed the base from 3840 by 2160 to 2560 by 1440, which is 2K. And before we do anything, we're going to see if it works, because I ain't going to go through all that trouble of fixing all of that for nothing. We at 24 frames per second, and we holding on to 23.98 of them. And it says we're doing 1800. Why? Why are we doing such a low ratio? I don't know why it's keeping us so low, but it ain't doing nothing. We holding our frames. So let's resize the screen. All right, let's start with the YouTube dashboard. Transform, stretch the screen. There we go. All right, now let's add myself, if you don't mind. Let's do, hey, what are you doing? Why you got cheat, man? Do your job. Oops. Now, transform, stretch the screen. All right. There's Naya's photograph. We're going to put that on. Is anybody watching? Who cares? I'm doing this for me. Come on. You actually gonna make me watch an ad? Come on, man. I'm holding the show up. All right, it looks good so far. All right, so let's fix it. You can give me some tunes. I should have done a restart. Oops. I understand why you always got cheat, but whatever. We ain't gonna cry about it. Play a little bit of music here. And let's set the screen up. All right. Background, bring that in. Stretch the screen. Who ugly mug is that? So we went through all that, and I still got the TK to work. It's crazy. I don't understand it. We just do it. We don't question it. We just do it. All right. Stretch the screen. That is so beautiful. Thank you for that, Sammy, y'all. That is so beautiful. All right. Now bring it next to the microphone. Now bring it down. Right there. Let me see. Look on the big screen. You can bring it over a little bit. Don't cover the mic up there. All right, right there. All right. We got our picture there. All right, animations. Look at the size of that. So we got to fix that. Stretch the screen. Now, fix it. Got it. Lock it. Now close it. Don't need it right now. Windows Media. Yeah, because it's in 4K, so we gotta bring it down to 2K. So transform, bring it back down to 2K, baby. All right, and now we can work it. Hey, there we go. Right there. There we go to sleep, man. Please. Look how big that is. It says in 4K. Gotta bring it down to 2K. Hey man, something ain't right. You already took care of that. Now, make it fit. Alright, now it's in 2K. Bring it back. Please. I was just being lazy. I ain't want to have to do this, but I did. All right, backstop. Stresses. Oops. Stress the screen. Wait a minute, something ain't right. Lock that disclaimer in. Okay. All right. Stress the screen. And y'all can see that was already at 2K. Y'all see me green? Y'all can look at that for a minute. I know you can't, because I'm next. Alright, where am I at? Hello, how y'all doing? Let me choose no song. How's everybody doing? Bring it in a little bit, not too much. Now bring me down. Bring the hat below. There we go, let me see. Is the hat going over top of it? No. What about up close? Slideshow. Look how big it is. Look how big that is, y'all. Look at that. 4K screen. You gotta bring it down. Bring it down to 2. Bring it over. There we go, sit down. All right, the chat room. We ain't set the chat room up. All right, now close that up. Found the chat. We're gonna redo that chat. All right, now where is the chat? There it is. Ain't nobody typed none yet. So, hello. All right. Now we got words to look at. Now let's fix the chat. Stretch the screen. Okay, first off, we gotta fix that. I don't like that. That's how you end a song. That's how you end a song. I'm sorry, y'all. I was getting down. Say what you want to say. I was getting down. Shoot. Say what you want to say. I was getting down. Hey, Drusilla. What am I up to? No, it wasn't flagged offline. The phone company was acting up. So I had to humble myself and admit I had to drop the 4K bass. So I just brought it down. We had brought it down to 20,000 by 1125, but we wouldn't turn green. So then I did 2,000 by 1080. Still wouldn't turn green. I said, you know what? Let's just do straight 2K. So I got rid of the 4K bass. That's why you see me changing the sizes, because they were 3840 by 2160. And I'm bringing them down to 2560 by 1440. So, but it's doing it. So I still rather do 4K, but if I can only do 2, I can live with it. Now, when I come back tonight, I guarantee you, this won't be working. You can put money on it. When I come back, it won't be working. When I come back tonight, it won't be working. Watch. It's going to be jumping all around. But that's the way it is. But okay. We'll see. Right now, everything is a go. All right, so where we at now? I still don't like the chat room because Drusilla and y'all don't look right. Go to filters. Let me do default. That's all right. Put it back in orange. Let me see. Right there. There we go. Leave it just like that. All right. Now I like that. All right, now this is our Chrome. When I make the animes, we use this. And see how big it is? Look at how big that is. Because it's at 4K. Now we're gonna bring it down to 2K. Now it fits perfectly. See that? Perfectly. Now you bring it out and there it is. Now let's wait. Alrighty, sorry about that, y'all. Somebody just asked me, was we live? Just come on in. Something is wrong. There we go. Now let's go back. Where was we at? Okay, wait a minute. Where was the Chrome at? Okay, we can lock that. Now we go back to the text. Look at the Mr. Brother DERRICK show. Look how big it is. Look at that, y'all. Yeah. For those of y'all that say you don't believe, look at that. Look how far I go across. Look at that. Now, we gotta fix it. Stretch the screen. Bring it over. And then bring it up. See y'all, all this go into the screen. That's why I can't have no little itty bitty screen. All right, Minister Brother DERRICK show. When we do our animes. And we'll just drop that for right now. All right, now we got the video games. We got the video games to do. Look at that, y'all. Look at all that left over. Look at all that left over. Look at all that left over. That's because it's sized at 4K. So let's bring it down. All right. All right, so that's our fusion. Now we got the, so that's for the Sega. You can close that. And now this is for the crap song ended. I'm ready to hit a bongo. All right, so let's fix this. Stretch the screen. And we are done, finally. All right, are we done? Woo! That takes so much. Hey, what's going on, Liz? Thanks for coming in. Look at the chat. Oh, man. You said, are you now a musical? I make my own music. You ain't noticed that? What? All night. I think you got like 7 shows to watch, because the phone company kept dropping out on us. But I think I finally got it right. You got any links? You see me sitting here dancing around, woman. Tony came back last night. I went on and I ordered something and started the show. And I got lucky. Tony donated, Sam donated, and Toss Baby came in. And she donated, so I got my money back that I spent on the food. So it's been a great night. But I needed something to settle my stomach. So the problem is our webcam coming today. If I go to the market now, am I gonna get up in time for the webcam? That's the problem. Oh, it's a vocal in here. Ah, that's not a real thing. Yes, it is. It's right here. Welcome to the Sunday sermon, everyone. Wow, so low.
Brother Derrick.
Sorry, we'll raise the volume.
Brother Derrick. And, you know, I want to talk to you.
Turn the bass up a little bit. Give me some bass.
And I want to tell you things that you and things that'll get you to have a connection with Jesus and God.
Well, come on with it then.
So I hope y'all enjoy it. So let's get to it. St. John wrote that Satan accuses us believers before God day and night. The Lord depends on us to do what is right. But our flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus that would overcome. See, your sweat, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars. Sports, pornography, and bars. But these are the things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us until we change our ways. Humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take a risk yet. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you.
This nigga said she going back to the studio. Stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you.
Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven.
Or the flames of hell. Hey, I wish you peace, and I wish you well.
It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor.
All right, hold on a second. I don't like that copy. I don't know why it's in the instrumental folder. Go back to the vocal folder. Go back to Dance Before the Lord and pull it out and play it. God darn it. That sounds terrible.
Welcome Welcome to the Sunday sermon, everyone.
Now I'll speed it back up.
Right. But
There we
our
go.
flesh is not tough enough to stand alone. We lean on Jesus so that we're no longer prone. See, if you're slack, you're vulnerable to attack. In many ways, men today are slaves to the greediness of his flesh. Money, women, and cars. Sports, pornography, and bars. But these are the things that God hates. So he separates and chastises us till we change our ways, humble ourselves and pray. Remember, the house on the hill, you can't take it with you yet. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you yet. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you yet. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell.
I wish you peace, and I wish you well.
It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor.
Your credo race.
By believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. And that's good to know that God loves us all. Black and white, short or tall. He only asks us to like
It said tomorrow is my Bible reading analysis on the
Let God
channel.
see your heart and make a fresh start. You have a clean slate. Jesus' blood makes you pure in God's eyes. So stay vigilant and keep the evil and this world at a distance. Ignore the devil's resistance. He's hoping that you slip. He chips away at your face and strips away from God's grace. So bring to Jesus, he'll mediate on your behalf. The devil has many demons on his staff, scouting, shouting things in your ear, chipping away at your self-esteem while you daydream. So be alert, get close to the Father, and tell Satan and his armies, man, don't even bother. But I say this, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell.
I wish you peace, and I wish you well.
It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor. Your credo race, by believing in Jesus, we're all going to the same place. People are talking about struggling, saying life is hard, rough, you got to be tough. But there's nothing harder than standing up to God. Evil is rampant. Even in our nation today, morality is gone. That's why our society says.
All right, it's time for a test. Can she handle it?
Go along with the crowd.
Can she handle the Annie Mays? Can she handle the Annie Mays? Here we go.
Labeled a fanatic, a Bible quoting, scripture quoting do-gooder who's living in a fantasy world, waiting for a heaven that never comes. But God's will
be done.
You can't stop it. You're on the wrong side. Swallow your pride and humble yourself. Ignore the traps of this world. Study the word and let the knowledge unfurl. As I'm telling you, that house on the hill, you can't take it with you. That caddy with the grill, you can't take it with you. Those stocking dollar bills, you can't take it with you. Only your heart and your thoughts and your attitude will prove your place in heaven or the fires of hell.
I wish you peace, and I wish you well.
This is Minister Brother Derrick, and this is the new theme song for our Sunday sermon in the Bible study. Peace, everybody. Much love to you. Welcome.
Can you feel that bass? Let me turn it down some. Turn that bass down some. Me up today. In the name of Jesus, I always pray. Without the Son, please forgive all the sins I've done. Watch over me as I work by drawing close to you I can't be hurt by Satan. He's waiting, baiting me with temptation. It's hard to resist, so I depend on the gift of the Holy Spirit. I'm grateful that you found me worthy of your love. I've never seen you, but I know you're above.
And heaven, I can't wait to see you. Well, yes, I can. I have work that you hate to fulfill your plan. Everything I do for you.
Everything I do.
Everything that I do for you.
Everything I do.
Everything I do for you. Oh God, Jehovah, it's all the same. I only live to praise His name.
Everything I do, everything I do.
Sometimes it's hard to turn the other cheek, but retaliation is not over me, so I back down.
One day I'll wear a crown, never wear a frown in God's mansion. Thank you, Jesus, for taking my place on the cross. I can't ever repay you for the pain and loss you suffered,
But I can spread the gospel to others who don't know.
or are afraid to show their faith to the world. When I reach them, let the knowledge unfurl.
They can see these blessings, so many people focus like guessing.
Am I saved? I think so. Well, help me let them grow.
Let me get the words to save their soul. Like they call to save one. I want to save them all.
Cause everything I do, everything I do, Lord, everything I do, hey, it's all the same. I only live to praise your name. Everything I do, everything I do, Lord, everything I do for you.
All that I am, all that I achieve is blessings from you. I believe that you're the Lord of Lords.
The host of hosts, I want to spread your name from coast to coast, not to boast.
But the host of another believer
Who are missing out?
are not receiving your grace. Don't let me get distracted. I'm a chase of a third item that I don't need. But let me be on the light and give the knowledge of your word.
So I can witness to those who haven't heard
I hear your call. Don't let me fall into the trap.
of feeding my flesh and make the spirit of this world have no power. Let the spirit shower me every hour. Lord, you are the steward of my ship. Everything that I do for you. Everything I do, everything I do. And know this, everything I do for you. Alrighty, let me get my neighbors a break downstairs, y'all. So I should be playing music this early in the morning. I just feel good. I feel good. Let me check my chat. Gisela says, my belief is deep in Christ, Jesus, Emmanuel, Yeshua, the Messiah, and in the Almighty God, Jehovah, Yahweh, spoken words only, though I read the Bible as a whole. Pick any from Gisela TV. Jesus Christ is Bible reading and analysis topic from Matthew to present passage. We are still reading, for example, 1 Corinthians. Well, actually, I started out telling people how to come to Jesus. Now that I've told them how, I've told them how they also supposed to minister to other people. And so we've been focusing recently on, we did Matthew 10 Saturday. Discipleship. Now, I haven't memorized the Bible, but I have the gift of being able to read the scripture and decipher it. Some people can memorize and tell you everything in it, and you ask them what it means. Well, you know what it means. No, tell me. You got to memorize. You don't know what it means? And I like to stump people Because I put it on the screen and I say, what does this mean? Somebody break it down. And it'd be like crickets. And so then I have to break it down. And I don't mind. But I would like people to come in and make an attempt at it. I know they're paying attention. If they can start, deciphering. Because if you have a connection with the Holy Spirit, it'll be revealed to you. I got the memory of toast. You can hear you can see me. I can barely remember the words of my song. How in the world am I going to remember the whole Bible? And the fact that I make the music too, so I be trying to play along like I'm on the keyboard and still trying to remember the words. A lot of the times, I just only say the ones I feel are important. But it's a blessing. Because I've never been happier than I have been with Jesus Christ in my life. Even when I had money and jewelry and cars, I was never happy. And I see a lot of people ain't happy. You can look in their face and you can see there is no glow. They don't have that glow. They just look. They don't have the glow. Back in the 70s, we had a Doug food. It was called Purina something. And it was the High Pro Glow. Your Doug was supposed to eat it and get the High Pro Glow. His coat supposed to be silky, supposed to have a little spark in his eyes. You can tell when people have the glow because it emanates. You can see it. They at peace. With all the troubles of the world, they at peace. I had, like I said, I went off on somebody because they attacked me for no reason. But I understand. I got something he don't have. I got peace. I don't care about nothing on this earth. He's worried about views. I'm not worried about views. Are the people getting the message? That's what I'm worried about. If we doing religion, are they really listening to me, or am I just talking to nobody? When I'm talking about how we can come together and unite and build our own businesses, are they really listening, or are they just like, are they just here? When we cover the stories, are they really into it? What's my biggest problem? I can tell you today, my biggest problem is I wish people would chat more in the chat. That's my biggest problem in the world. I don't care if it's only 2 people here, as long as they chatting. Because I know they engaged. That's the only thing. That would be my only concern. I wouldn't care if I had 5 watching or if I had 90 watching. What good is having 90 watching if they're not talking in the chat? What good is it? Oh, you only got 5 people watching you, or 4 of them talking in the chat. Because you can have 1,000 watching. If I look in your chat and I see the same 10 names, then what are the other 990 doing? They're not engaged. They don't care enough to even talk. People have different, policies. She said, we are still reading 1 Corinthians. Yeah, I also was talking about last week, I was telling the people about how the Jewish people don't recognize Jesus as God because they don't want to admit that they lost the gift. They had the gift and they rejected Jesus and crucified him. So now the gift is available to everyone. So the Jews are not special anymore. They rejected Jesus. They're not God's favorite anymore. And that's why they keep to themselves. Because they don't want you to expose them. Hey, ain't nothing special about you. Ain't nothing special about you no more. Ain't nothing special about you no more. That's why when Jesus came back, he said, I came back. Not for the Gentile. I came back for the Jews. Well, the Jews rejected him and crucified him. So that gift that they had as the chosen people, they forfeited it. Now everybody is entitled to the gift. And that's why they don't like the New Testament. That's why they don't like the New Testament. Because the New Testament is about the gift of grace going out to everybody that's willing to hear it. They're not special anymore. They blew it. They had the chance and they blew it. And a lot of people, a lot of them don't want to deal with it. They had the chance and they blew it. They had it all. And they blew it. They ain't no better than nobody else. We all got the equal chance at grace. Jew or Gentile, pagan or heathen. If you hear the word and you receive it, you are chosen. I'm sorry, you are called. My mistake. You are called. If you hear the word and you are receptive to it, you are called. But many are called, few are chosen. Many are called, but few are chosen. There's a lot of YouTubers out here. But a lot of them, they talk about other people. They just can't sit here and talk like I'm talking to you right now. They don't have that ability. But they can tell you about what somebody else did. They can tell you something wrong about somebody else did. But most of them just can't talk to you because they ain't got nothing to talk about. But they figure if they talk about other people, people will come here. And then the people in the chat will be like, yeah, he sure did. I saw him. And he sure. And they just sit back and do nothing. I had somebody get angry at me because I was talking about one person that came in here, big dude, and I jumped on him, and I had said that I don't want to have a show where I gotta have people on the panel, and I'm just sitting there like this, and just every once in a while, no, go ahead, you know, and I'm just sitting back, and everybody else is talking, and I'm just sitting there. Yeah. What am I sitting there for? They don't need me. They can go ahead. You can just open up the chat. Open your lines up and go do something. You ain't doing nothing but sitting there looking stupid. And then just because you letting people come on there and fight, people come watch you, that don't mean you good. That just means you let people come in and take over your show. They can't come over here and take over my show. They come in here and say something crazy, I call them out. Just say it. You got something to say it. We're not going to be intimidated. We're not going to be afraid. But you better be ready to defend what you say. Because I'll call you out. I listen very well. And when I listen, I'm looking for the chinks in your story, the cracks in your armor. And I'll beat you upside the head with it. And that's why they're afraid to come over here. They won't admit it, but they're afraid to come over here and talk their mess. They know they're going to get sliced up. You say, it's not about numbers alone. It's about how many believe and enter the kingdom of God. What good is a million watching but none going to heaven? The Jews are now Christians by accepting Jesus Christ. Evangelist Hathaway goes to Israel to evangelize the Jews. Well, like I said, but before the crucifixion, it was going to be open to the Jews only. That's why Jesus said, I came for the Jews. But they denied him and asked for his crucifixion. Pilate said, I don't find nothing wrong with the man. So you can't put it on the Romans. They try and put it on the Romans. Man said, I don't find no problem with him. Crucify him. Crucify him. Well, what about Barnabas? No, we want Jesus. Kill him. Kill him. You sure? Well, what about this man that say he the son of God? Oh, no. Kill him. Kill him. He on the cross. Why don't you get down now? You save all them people. You can't get down. Oh, there go the Son of God. Oh, come on down. Oh, y'all here come. They was making fun of him while he was on that cross. And he said, Father, forgive them. That's what touched me. They were making fun of him, calling him names, throwing stuff at him, mocking him. And he still said, forgive them. There were two criminals on either side of him. One of them was, he up there hanging, dying too. He making fun of him. Yeah, why don't you get down? Why don't you help us out? Come on, man. You supposed to be the Messiah. Come on. And the other guy was like, you know that man is blameless. We did what we did. We deserve to be up here, but he doesn't. And Jesus said, you're going to paradise with me. In Sheol or Hades or baby hell, whatever you call it, there are two places. The real narrow part is called paradise. And the bottom part is real big. Real big. And that's called torments or baby hell. So, do you want to spend your time waiting for Jesus to come back? Do you want to spend it? Because it could take thousands of years before they decide to come back. Do you want to be up in paradise having a good old time? Or do you want to be down here in baby hell on a slow burn? In darkness, in pain, in agony? Wishing that you had done right while you were still on the earth? That's the question I ask. Where you want to go? Because there's a reason why it's narrow. Because if you came back today, about 85% of the people are going to be going. That's why this is so big. They're going to be down there. You know? And people, go whatever, but I say whatever. Because I look at it like this. We are 2020 after Jesus' death. There's 2,000 years, might be 3, before Jesus' death. So the people that lived back then, have they been sitting down there in baby hell 2,000 years before Jesus died? Or did they get a pass because they didn't know Jesus? Did they get a pass? But where are they at now? Are they sitting down there burning on slow burn? They've been on slow burn for 4,000 and something years. Why would anybody want to join them? You know, why would you want to join them when you got the opportunity? If you do what Jesus and God asks you to do, it does not hurt your life. It does not cripple you. No sex before marriage. You ain't got to worry about diseases. How does that cripple you? Don't have to worry about no children out of wedlock. No child support. How does that cripple you? Didn't say you couldn't go to the club, but you can't go to the club and be bumping and grinding with somebody else. If you take your mate to the club and bump and grind on them, anything within the sanctimony of marriage is okay. But you got to understand what real marriage is. And this is where it go to hell. The first person that you have sex with for a woman, that's your husband. And if you sleep with 20 different men and then marry the 21st, that 21st person, according to the laws of man, is your husband. But according to the laws of God, no, he ain't. He's a cheater. But back then, men could have multiple wives. So it don't fall on him, it fall on the women. You're supposed to be a virgin when you get married. And if you are not a virgin when you get married, you are already sinning. Now, if you do get married, and you come find Jesus, he might can overlook that. But that stain's still going to be there, but he might can wash it away for you. But you got to be clean. You got to do everything right. Gisela says that rejecting him, Gisela said that is why it's not about anybody else except about God, Jesus and the Holy Spirit, not about Jews, not Abraham, not about Paul. She said, no, it fell on them too. Leonard says, at Brother Derrick, good morning. Ysola says, no, it fell on men too. And like I said, St. Paul said, if I could choose for you, I'd rather you didn't get married. Because getting married takes away from you doing things for Jesus and God. When you get married, you got to worry about that mate. Then you got to worry about the children. But if you can't control yourself, if you just got to have sex, rather than having you sinning and go to hell, I'd rather you get married. But don't make the mate number one. Don't make the children number one. Jesus said, you got to put me before your mate. You got to put me before your child. You got to put me before anybody, or you're not worthy. That's why I'm not rushing to get married. I don't want to pick up any more wives. And I mean temporary wives. You can walk up there. You can walk out there with some good words. If that's what you want. But I can't set the example of no fornicating if I go fornicate. How can I be an example to you? I do what I tell you not to do. Why should you listen? If I go out there and hop on everything and move, why should you listen to anything I say? Why should you pay me any mind? I'm going to be tested. If I get this apartment next month, I'm going to be tested. Because, see, I haven't had any company. Other than the landlord and his brother, there has been nobody in this place. Nobody. Oh, I take it back when the two guys brought the scooter here and set it up. That's been the only company I had. And they were asking, how you going to get it up and down the steps? That's the only company I've had. And I've been living around here. I've been living here since 2016. No, 2017. Is it 17? 2017. And I haven't had any company. But I get this full-size apartment. I'm going to set up my little YouTube studio in the living room. We're going to get a long table with some chairs on it. I'm going to start inviting my neighbors to come be on the show. I'm going to ask the mechanic if he want to come on the show. I'm going to ask the girl that get the mail if she want to be on the show. I'm going to ask some of the other people in the building. Some of the guys I've had conversations with. Would they like to come on the show? That's going to open me up. Because females will be coming in. And whereas I'm kind of embarrassed to have anybody come in here right now. I get a full-size apartment. When we start doing the cooking show, Gisela says, even Paul said in 1 Corinthians 7:36, if you cannot wait for marriage, if it's between the man and the woman, they must marry. Yeah, the marriage ceremony is not the same. The marriage ceremony is man-made. The real ceremony back in the day was you had the family get together with the neighbors if they wanted to come. You threw a feast. Sometime during that feast, the bride and groom is going to go into that hut, in that tent, underneath that bearskin rug, underneath some leaves, whatever they got. When they lay down, whatever they laying on, the parents are going to hold it up to everybody. If there's no blood on it, the woman will be stoned. The woman will be stoned. So that's why I said it was more on the woman than the man. Because if the man, there was no way to tell if a man had done it or not. But if the woman hymen was broken, if she went horseback riding or something, and her hymen didn't break and there was no blood, that woman was stoned to death by the village. She had embarrassed her family, had embarrassed her father, cost the family money because the groom father paid a dowry. And they would have to give that money back. And she would have shamed everybody. And that's where the majority of the prostitutes came from, because wouldn't nobody marry him. Now today, there are people who would marry someone like that. But back then, you could be killed. The marriage ceremony is in the Bible. It's just real short. It says, They lay together and conceived. They lay together. That is marriage. Whenever you lay with somebody, that's marriage. Two bodies become one. You can't become one with every Tom, Dick, and Harry. But when they say they went and laid, he went and laid with her. That's what marriage was. Every time you let a man lay with you, that's your husband. So you can have 50 of them. No, marriage was not intimacy. How could you have intimacy when the groom father bought you? You might not even know the groom. But if your father agreed, you were sold to him. And you leave your family and join his. That's why the first time they laid together was so important. Why everybody got together in the feast. Because if there wasn't no blood, there wasn't no hymen breaking, deal was off. There wasn't no blood on that sheepskin, that carpet, whatever it was. The parents would come out, one hand on each side, hey, or they come out looking like this. Oh, we're going to get up. But whenever they say they lay, that means marriage. That's how simple a marriage was. I took her for my wife and I laid with her. Now, back in them days, it didn't matter if you could have as many wives as you could afford, as long as you took care of them. So a man could lay with 6, 7 maidens. That's why when the Egyptians tried to slow down the growth of the Israelites, it didn't work. Because they thought that if they killed off the firstborn males, they thought if they start killing the males, period, that it would decrease. But they could have as many wives as they wanted. So it was in the benefit. Hey, you could get, it's always more women than men. You can get wives on the cheap. Be like, wait a minute now, if he hadn't done this, I might have only could afford 2 wives. Now he done it, I can afford 6 or 7. Because it's a shortage. You got women standing around. Remember the story about the bridegroom and the maidens? Why were there so many maidens? There were so many maidens because they keep killing the daggone men off. They laying around. Oh, somebody married me. I'm getting old. Oh, come on. I want to have children. Oh. But a man can marry as many women as he could afford. But the woman could only have one husband. A man can have 7 wives. If they were virgins when he met them, there was no problem at all. Let one not be a virgin, she'd be lucky if she didn't get killed. Seriously. She said God was the creator and witness of Adam and Eve. Brethren, you're talking about tradition. You are not taking the first marriage by Adam and Eve. When Adam and Eve laid down, they had Cain. See, when the people were perfect, and we got to remember now, we thousands upon thousands of years, we've been separated from God. We losing that perfection. The perfection that Adam and Eve had, we don't have it. But if you notice, back in the biblical days, they lay down and had Seth. They lay down and had Abel. People can lay down 50 times and not get pregnant. We ain't perfect no more. When we were perfect, when you got together, that was baby. Even David, when David messed around with his best friend, the general's wife, he laid with her that one time and thought, okay, we're going to get away with it. Came pregnant. He tried to get the man drunk and tried to get the man go home and live with his wife so they could say the baby was his. That man didn't want to go home. That man wanted to stay out with his soldiers. And so then he had to kill him. And had to hurry up and take her into his concubine and make her his wife. And he almost got away with it, but God said no. You got to be punished for that. But he tried to be slick. Told his officers, put him in the front. He the general. You don't put the general put him in the front. So he got him killed since he wouldn't go lay with his wife. The man wouldn't go lay with his wife, which would have covered up. Because he had already been gone for a while and came back. And if he leave out again, how they going to explain her having a baby and he ain't been nowhere near? So that's the reason why he had him killed and brought her back in to his concubine. And he would have got away with it, except, God said, She says when the Bible says they laid together, it meant they were intimate. Yes, but that's also the marriage. I'm not going to say that, after that time, they can keep laying with each other. They supposed to. But that first time. And usually, a baby was born. Usually, you lay with a woman, she got pregnant. Your sperm was perfect. Her womb was perfect. Fire. But the longer we are from God and not connected, we lose that perfection. And then you got a lot of people that can't have children at all. But back in them days, boy, as soon as you laid down, you better be ready because you got something to take care of. After you, that was great. 9 months later. She said, Jesus Christ said to those who were at the stoning the woman accused of adultery to throw the first stone if they didn't have sin, because what they were practicing was hypocrisy. He said men were supposed to be as disciplined as women were. Well, he said, if you have not sinned, how many people you know ain't sinned? If there was one person that hadn't sinned, they'd thrown that stone. But you're right. I don't think it was fair that women should be stoned to death, but at the same time, they wanted to make sure that women stayed pure. That's why I teach women to keep their legs closed. If you should stay home, no woman should be going off to live in a college dorm. No woman should be leaving her parents' house until at least the age of 26. If you're a virgin and ain't nobody came and asked for your hand in marriage, by the time you're 26, ain't nobody coming. If you're 26 and there's not a line of men waiting to get at you, it won't be. You go ahead and set them free on them. You ain't, nothing you can do. Except make her none. If you're a pretty young thing and ain't nobody trying to marry you by the time you're 26, because see, men will mess around. But when it comes to a wife, most men don't want no tramp. Unless there's something wrong with them. They don't want no tramp. I really worry about married women that are raped. It's one thing to wonder if a woman has been with somebody else, but do you want to actually know that? A man wants a woman that's only his. That was back in, I can't speak for these kids nowadays that were raised by women. They'll bounce on anything because their mothers are telling them, you're going to be a heartbreaker when you grow up. Let me braid your hair. Yeah, the women going to be coming after you. Why the heck would you tell a man that, or a young man that? You should tell him, keep your thing in your pants until you find the woman you want to marry. And marry somebody wholesome. And bring me some grandchildren. Don't bring me no 4 or 5 grandchildren by 4 different women. And I got to deal with all these women. Gisela says you cannot sleep with a woman and not marry her. It's sinful. Yeah, back then you couldn't do it. But I told you, you could have as many as you could afford. Meaning if you owned a farm and you made some good money, you could get as many wives as you could afford. But you had to take care of them. See, that's the difference. You had to take care of them. Now, she says a woman also wants a man that belongs only to her. Let us discipline both genders. But see, back then, she didn't have no say. Things are different now. Back then, she didn't have no say. You had Sarah and Rachel. Sarah ain't had no say. Remember, you were sold. I want to make sure I don't get the names mixed up. Told you, my memory ain't that good. But I do know it's 2 powerful women at the end of the Old Testament. One is Ruth, and I think Ruth is the one that talked to the king and kept them from killing the Israelites. But there's another woman. I can't remember. Was her name Rachel? I can't remember her name. There's another woman. Her husband died. And if the man died before the woman, remember, the woman got to be taken care of. The brother is responsible for taking her into his concubine. You remember that? She didn't want to go with the brother. She liked another man. Do you know what I'm talking about? She wanted another man. And she kept trying to seduce him. She didn't want to go with the brother. I can't think of the woman's name. But he had to choose her. I can't think of what the heck her name was. But she wanted a man to marry her after her husband died, but the brother was supposed to marry her. She didn't want to marry the brother. But the brother had to give his blessing to be let out. He had to agree to be let out of the agreement. What the heck was her name? Hagar? What the heck was that woman's name? But I know that she didn't want the brother. She wanted that man. She even saw him asleep and she went and laid next to her. Hey, Black Barbie, how you doing, dear? You said should have, could have, or should have. Notice the difference. Could have or should have. Because I tell you, King David had 400 virgins in his concubine, and yet he wanted his best friend's used up wife. 400 virgins in the concubine. Why the heck he want his best friend raggedy wife? Used up wife. Why was he able to take her into his concubine? Black Bobby says, BD, are you married? No, I'm not. Jasilia says, brethren, all the things you talk about in the Old Testament tradition of the Jews, pagans, there were other tribes, even in the Old Testament, like the Samaritans, the Egyptians. Black Barbie says, I'm wonderfully, BD. I agree that there were different groups. They say nobody had more orgies than the daggone Romans did. You know, you could even say the kings and queens of Europe. If the queen couldn't give the king a child, he had to get another queen so that he could have a son to take over the kingdom. So should he have cut off the head of the first wife that couldn't bear many children? Some of them did. Some of them sent her away. Some of them just locked them in the room. She said, why are you using David as a good example? He failed God and God departed from him. Actually, he was slowly punished. He was slowly punished. He wanted women so bad, he would get so cold at night that he would have to have women lay on him to keep him warm. He wasn't thinking about having sex with them. He needed to stay warm. He needed the body heat. That's cold right there. He would think about staying warm. He wasn't thinking about no action. That's rough right there. You got all them women. And you got to keep alternating them. All right, you ain't warm no more. Send in some more bodies. I need bodies. That's a hard way to go. He went through all that trouble and then didn't even want sex. He just wanted warmth. You gotta keep me warm. I need your body heat. That's rough right there. You supposed to be the king, and yet you need help from women to stay alive. That had to hurt a man back in them days. You need help from women to stay alive. Let that marinate for yourself. Let that marinate. But like I said, if you wait until you get married, you ain't got to worry about it. Keep your legs closed and wait for a man to ask for your hand in marriage. If they don't want you to have, if don't nobody want you, then maybe you meant to be a disciple full time instead of trying to make somebody want you. You know? Maybe you're not designed, and rather than try to force it. Priscilla said, but you must not glorify the evils of the past that made God punish human beings, and that's why God incarnated in his spirit, and Jesus Christ, Emmanuel, Yeshua, to be the atonement of our sins. Jesus is our role model. Yes, he is. I also teach that we don't have an excuse to try to say that we ain't perfect, that it's too hard. Because Jesus came down here and did it. He was born just like you was born. He had a mother and father. Well, some of you got mothers and fathers. He had to be pampered, and he had to be trained, and he had to deal with bullies in school. He had the temptation. He had all that, and he dealt with it. And he came and he showed you how to carry yourself. He showed you how to pray to God. He showed you what's expected of you. So we don't have an excuse on Judgment Day to be standing there in that book with nothing on our pages. We don't have no excuse when that angels come grab you by the arm and throw you in that furnace. We ain't got no excuse. He did it, and we should be able to do it. He did it. He didn't have Jesus. We got Jesus. So why can't we do it? You know? Black Barbie said, that's right, BD, about marriage. I'm 30 and I've been married for 15 years. I married my first boyfriend and he was my high school sweetheart. Great. Now, can you get your daughters and sons to do the same thing? That's the challenge. Can you get them to do the same thing? You 30, you've been married for 15 years. Man, he got you young. He ain't gonna let you go. He got you young. I'm the one and only. I'm number one. A lot of women don't realize this, and I can tell you from experience. Ain't nothing worse than you meet a nice lady and you bring her around your friends and they start whispering. Hey man, I was with her last month. And you know Jack on 25th? Yeah, Jack was with her the month before. And you know Jerome from Baltimore Street. Drunk Jerome. Yeah. Drunk Jerome was with her last year. And I don't know how to tell him, but you know, his coworker, his best friend was with her the other day. And he walking around like she is. She everybody's. Don't no man want that. You better really be on the ball. You better have some money. You better look good. Because a man ain't going to put up with that. And if there is a man that'll put up with that, he ain't no good. Black Barbie says, I pray we can have two beautiful boys. Gisela says, so change their preaching to male and female must remain pure. But that is the teaching. For the boys to keep that thing in their pants and for the girls to keep their legs closed until marriage. You ain't got to worry about pregnancy. You ain't got to worry about diseases. If you care about each other that much, why can't you wait till you get married? If you care about somebody so much, why you can't wait till you get married? Why can't you keep yourself pure and she keep herself pure? You won't regret it. I've had women say, I don't want a man that's a virgin. I want a man I ain't got to break in. I actually heard a woman tell me that once. I used to drive her to work every day, and she would have bruises, and I would say, you got another fight? She was like, no, my boyfriend just does this sometimes. I said, you's a pretty woman. Why do you live with that guy? He don't work. I just don't understand it. You so pretty. Why are you settled with this guy? I said, why don't you let me take you out sometime? Yeah, I would, but you know, I like somebody with some swagger. I said, what, swagger went upside your head? Well, she said, yeah, because my dad used to beat my mother up, so I'm used to it. Well, I said, well, I'm not going to put my hands on you. She said, yeah, and he said, I like to have sex a certain kind of way, and I already had to train him. I don't feel like training another man. I said, I withdraw. Because I don't want to fool with you. You got issues. And I don't want to get pulled into your issues. If you used to seeing your father hit your mother, it's not going to bother you. Because a woman was a man like her father. And if she ain't got no father, the man that come around every once in a while is going to be the role model. And if he come around once in a while and beat your mother up, that's what you expect from a man. He treats your mother like dirt. That's what you expect from a man. When a man come around and treat you nice, you don't know what to do with yourself. You don't know what to do. Oh, he's just boring. You find yourself whooping on him. Hit me or something like that. Because that's what you want. You subconsciously want that. That's why it's important to have a good father for a young lady. It's important to have a good father. And it's important for a son to see his father treat his mother well. So that when he go out into the world, he will treat her. He's going to look for a woman like his mother. Now, when he's young, he's looking for anything he can stick. But when he's looking to get married, he's going to look for a woman that was like his mother. And if his mother wasn't no good, what do you think his wife going to be? People don't understand that. You should have said exactly, if people practice God's intentions for human beings, we will not have all these issues of abuses in the matrimonial homes. Black Bobby said, that's right, keep fathers in the home. Well, you know, welfare really ruined the black relationship. Because the women had to put the man out the house in order to get the money. And see, the man would say, well, okay, I'll leave. And then as he was gone, it got easier to mess around with other women. Before you knew it, there was some men that didn't work. They go on the first of the month and see somebody and get some money, and go on the second of the month and see somebody and get some money, and go on the third of the month and get some of that check, and go on the fourth of the month and get some of that check. And so they didn't stay with nobody. They had 4 or 5 women. And they would just go when they had some money and take a cut. And just go from house to house. I'm going to see Jan today. I'll be over there with Marcy tomorrow. Then I'm going to go over to the project house and see. You couldn't live there. But if you kept going from house to house and not leaving anything, you got a place to stay and they don't get in trouble because you don't live there. You just come by, get some money, have a little leave. Get up the next morning and leave. They come by, knock, doing our inspection. It's only twice a month. They come in there and look. Why are there a pair of men's drawers over there? Why is there a man's robe in your shower? See, you had to make sure all that was gone. He got to take everything as he go. Can't stay in one place too long because you never know when they're going to do the inspection. So it's like a game. And what happened to the family? Gisela said it's important for both children, male or female, to live in their homes where both the mother and father respect themselves. Yes, it is, Gisela. Because there's a reason why women didn't pick their husbands. There was a reason why women didn't pick their husbands. They don't have the ability to. Now, I don't know what it's like where you are, but here, especially black women, they can't pick a man to save their life. You could give them the blueprint. You could give them the standard. You could ask them, what do you want? They'll tell you. Yeah, I want a nice guy that's going to marry me and be faithful and take care of me and our kids. And no, that's not what they want. No. They will run that man away as soon as they get him. That's why the groom would choose the woman and the father would talk with the groom and he would have to agree. Then they talked about a price. See, women didn't have the option of choosing their men. Women were chosen. And this is the problem now. Now they got the option. And they don't know how to choose. It's one thing to have no choice and you deal with what you give them. That's what you got. But when you got a choice, wait a minute. He's kind of tall, but I like his complexion. He's got money. He got washboard abs. See, women are emotional. Men ain't. Men can say, she'll do. She got a decent rack, nice pair of hips, nice thighs. She got hair on her head. I'll take her. And the man will take her and stick with her. But a woman, is when see a man can see another woman get turned on and go home and take it out on his wife. And he might be thinking about her, but women, y'all get emotional. It's not about the sex act. It's about the emotional that goes into it. He said, the situation in America needs overhauling. It's not only people on social welfare. I agree. Black Bobby says, my husband is much older than myself. Gisela says, brethren, if you study sociology as I did, one of my high school and university, you will understand that it's not all women's problems. It's the problems of both. I agree, Gisela. But the problem we have in this country is, especially in the black community, and it's happening in other communities too, little by little, is that there are no men in the home. So the women don't know who to marry. The media is telling them who to marry. The media that's not in their best interest. The men are not seeing a father treat their mother well. The media is telling them, have sex and leave them. It's all right. You a sucker if you stay. Then you got women that can't keep a man telling the young girls, you ain't gonna be nothing. And then telling them, the young boys, you look just like your daggone father. He wasn't nothing, and you ain't gonna be nothing. the girls were told when I was coming up, keep your legs closed till you got married. Now these single mothers are telling their daughters, if you're going to lay up with somebody, make sure you're getting something for it. And instead of telling the young boys, keep your thing in the pants, they telling them, go out there and get what you can get. This is the problem. I'll give you another example. I don't know how it's treated in your country, but if a older woman sleeps with a teenager, that teenager is supposed to be lucky. But if a man sleeps with a female teenager, he's a pervert. And she's been a victim. So you got the same pedophile act, but because a woman does it on a child, the child is lucky. But if a man does it on a female, he ought to be hung. You got to get that kind of thinking out of people's mind before you can do the healing. Why is it okay? And this is the reason why men don't commit to women. Because it's almost like putting a notch on your belt or getting a trophy, as many women as you can sleep with. I can remember being at family gatherings. My uncles would sit around and they would get on me and my cousin and they'd be like, you had any sex yet? Did you get laid yet? They're like, I'm in the 4th grade. Did you get any yet? They're making you feel bad. Grown men. Making you feel bad. And you wonder why these little boys is out here chasing behind the girls. You wonder. You wonder why 7 to 8-year-old boys are trying to get girls to have sex. Because the men is telling them, and the women tell them too. You a handsome little boy. I know you got something. You ain't got nothing yet? What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you? I got a video up where I went to the store and I ran into this young girl. She couldn't have been 18 or 19. She had 4 or 5 kids hanging off of her. And she told me, how many kids you got? I said, I don't have any. She said, what the hell you waiting for? You ain't getting no younger. I said, marriage. Black people don't get married. Who raised this child? She's not the only one. There's a whole bunch of them. There are young men that's out here drug dealing, that's out here selling guns, that's out here pimping. They don't expect to live to 25. They don't expect to live to 25. They expect to be in jail until when they get out, they be too old to get out, or they expect to be killed. They trying to hurry up and have children so they can leave something in this world. Because they not going to be here. You either going to be locked up for the rest of your life, or you're going to be dead. And they believe, instead of doing the right thing and being a father and having a family and watching your kids grow up, they just want to make sure they got some because they don't expect to see them grow up. So how do you tell them to keep that thing in their pants? They don't expect to make it to 25. If they make it to 35, they feel like, hey, I'm lucky. So how do you get the people? How do you get that image? You know? Like, how do you tell a young man that's standing on the corner that he watched the other young boys growing up and seen them ride around in nice little cars and see them have the pretty women, see them have the nice clothes, see them flashing the money? How do you tell him, nah, don't do that? Go to school and get an education. So you tell them to go to school, and while they going to school, they ain't got no money, which means they ain't got no girl. Because women want the money. So the women gonna be with them. So who do you think he wanna emulate? The man that's home every Friday, the man that's in his dorm room every Friday and Saturday, eating ramen noodles. Because the family too sorry to even come by and say, can I make you a plate? Let me make sure you're eating good. When somebody go off to college in the black community, we think that they rich. Or we think that they all right. It never occurs to go check on them. Hey, you need something. Hey, how you doing? You wonder why them athletes come out and why they marry white girls. Because the black girls still want to go out with the drug dealers. With the fast money, they don't want to go out. It don't even matter if you're a football player, a basketball player. Unless they guarantee you're going to make it into the NBA or the NFL, they don't give a damn about you. Don't matter that you ain't got no money. Now, when you get the contract and you get the money, then they say, hey, remember me? Till then. But white girl will come by. Japanese girl will come by. Mexican girl will come by. Hey, champ, what you doing tonight? I ain't doing nothing. I ain't got no money. I didn't ask you if you had any money. I asked you what you was doing tonight. Nothing. I ain't got no money. I didn't ask you if you had any money. I asked you, what are you doing tonight? Well, I guess I'm going out with you. That's right. I didn't ask you for no money. Let's go. So then when they get the contract, who they going to remember? The black women that wouldn't give them the time of day, or the white women that say, hey, I ain't asked you if you had any money. I want your company. Who you think they going to marry? But then you want to get mad when they go marry him. You want to get mad. But you wouldn't get a guy the time of day. He ain't got no money. What good is a man with no money? You know? Yasilla says, Black Bobby says, I wanted to get married and he agreed with me. Gisela says, at brethren, that is not true. It is not okay. It is not okay for either to go underage, brethren. That's why we need to hold Jesus Christ as our role model, because those people you talked about were evil. Yes, but they're alive today. They're walking around. And Bobby said, I have heard that speech just about all my life about me and my husband's relationship. I don't need someone telling me about me and my family thinks. Hey man, I didn't say nothing about you and your husband. Oh, Gisela did. Black Bobby, your husband should not have come to you at 15. That's not acceptable either. He should have waited till you were age of over 18. That's up for debate. In the 17 and 1800s, well, the Jewish, a boy becomes a man at 13, and then he starts looking for a wife, and they give him the farm. They give him a piece of the farm to develop, and there you go. Him and the wife develop the farm, take that little bit of land, put a little house on it, and then they start their family. Now, the reason it was 13 because people were dying at like 35 to 40. So they kind of sped it up. Like Bobby says, I have heard that speeches for all my life. Me and my husband relationship. I don't need someone telling me what me and my family thinks. Like Bobby says, I'm grown now. I'm finished high school and went to college for 2 years. Sheila said, those people are burning now in hell. Please don't even talk about them as they should be forgotten. If what you say are right, then we need to pray harder for the world. Black Bobby says, BD, you have a beautiful, blessed day. I don't need to be insulted about my life in your chat. I'm grown, and I don't need people telling me about what my husband should have waited on. Gisela says, I have to go now and study the word. Evil needs to be squashed. She said, indeed, to get up and start my day anyway. Black Bobby said, it's none of your business. My parents approve. Thanks, BD. All right, y'all. We here to learn. And if you want to indoctrinate somebody in the following, anything, you have to accept them and work from where they are. Now, you might not agree with the age, but at least she is married. Now, let's get her to know Jesus. That should be the first part. Get to know Jesus so you can get to know God. Doesn't matter how you got here. Where do you go from here? You know they say, come as you are. Well, you're here. You presented yourself. Let's get to work. But you really can't run people off. That's not the way to get them. You indoctrinate slowly. And then you kind of show people what you don't agree with or what you don't think that Jesus or God agree with. But if they've already done it, it doesn't make sense to run them away. That's why we got to learn to balance that. We got to have tolerance and patience. You got to remember, there's a reason why they call the United States Babylon. We got a lot of evil in this country. The devil got his throat around so many people's necks. And it's not going to be easy. That's why the Muslim Arabs, the ISIS, they use the reason that the United States is so out of control. They are afraid that their little girls are going to want to be like the girls in the United States. They're afraid their little girls are going to sneak out and try to go to the rock concerts. They're afraid their little girls are going to sneak boys in their rooms. They are afraid of that. They're afraid that the women are going to want their own rights. The women are going to want to make decisions. They are afraid because even though Gisela said that was the old way, that's still that way. They don't have no feminism unless the United States try to put pressure on them. They didn't have feminism. A woman got out of line, she got knocked the heck down. A woman slept with another man, stoned to death just like you stoned them back in the Bible. That's how it is in the Middle East. They still kept it. They see our daughters over here showing their breasts, got their legs out, wearing tight clothes, showing their butt off. They looking like, the hell? Really? So they want our money. And that's all they want. they don't want the influence because they're intimidated. They don't want their women telling them what to do. I've lived with an Arab family. And this man every 3 months would go overseas. And he would go over there and sleep. And I can't prove it, but men and women. And the wife knew it, and she couldn't do a darn thing about it. Except hold the house down, because they had 3 kids, take care of the kids and the house till he got back. That was all she could do. And that's the way that God made it. Now, people see women come so far. Is that the work of God or is that the work of the devil? That's the question. That wasn't how it was designed. Woman's supposed to be man helper, not his boss, not his Lord. So if you open that can of worms, hold on a second, y'all. You open that can of worms, you better be ready for a fight. You gonna open that can of worms, you better be ready for a knockdown, drag out fight. But there are some men that's not gonna ever give it up. You know, should a woman be a preacher? We hear that a lot. I say if she good, why not? But she should preach to women and children, not the men. She says, the Bible said, BD, my husband and I are Christian, my family owns a Baptist church. That's why we believe in marriage before having sex. He said, my husband is the head and I am his neck. That's how things work in my home. All right, Liz. Liz said she got a work meeting. That's why she's not commenting. The sugar says, at brethren, Jesus Christ, Emmanuel, is about love, but not evil love. And that's why he says he did not only bring peace, but also the sword. You cannot say because your parents condone underage marriage. He said, what is wrong. Jesus turned over the tables of the money lenders because it was wrong. Jasilia, I see where you're coming from. But the fact of the matter is, he didn't marry her. Now, he married her at 15. As I said, the Jewish get married at 13. Family owns a church. Her father's a pastor. If the pastor approved of the marriage, that's the old way. Even in the United States, back until about 1960. No, 1975, I would say. I remember watching the Brady Bunch. Mike Brady wanted to see who Marsha was going out with before they went out. She had to bring him over. He had to come sit on that sofa, and he better have some sense in his head, or she's not going to let him leave with him. Same thing with Jane. So I would say mid-70s, 76. Nowadays, daughter don't ask nothing. If you've seen the show with Damon Wayans, My Wife and Kids, he would make the daughter bring Claire, make her bring her boyfriends in. And then he found out the hard way. Anybody he liked, she hated. Everybody he hated, she loved. Back in the day, it wasn't like that. If the father didn't like him, you had to go. So if the father approved and they did get married, even though she was young, and she seems happy, because a woman can date an older man. I don't agree with a young man marrying an older woman. Because at some point, the woman going to drop. Everything going to go. And the man going to start looking at something younger. Look at that thing right there. Men look younger. They don't look older. You can go to almost any high school. Actually, you can go to any middle school and listen to the young girls. They talking about the guys in high school. You go to high school, the girls talking about the guys in college. You go to college, the girls in college talk about men that got their apartment and cars already. Women go higher. Men look lower. Because a woman wants you to be able to have something to take care of her. She wants safety. She wants a man that know what he's doing. A man wants something that's going to look good, because usually the man die first. So you want a younger woman, she always going to look good until you kick the bucket. She always going to look better than you. That's why you want them young. Now, I ain't saying 8, 9, 10 years old. Now, in the United States, we made a law that says 18. That's not how it was. You can even watch Little House on the Prairie and see them marrying young. Drusilla says, brethren, you will see how full hell is. I ain't gonna see it. I don't expect to see it. I'm hoping to go to paradise. I ain't hoping to go to hell. I don't want to know. That's why I come on here. That's why we do Wednesday sermon and why we do Saturday sermon. I don't want to know. I don't want you to know. That's why I'm here. I don't want to know. They say you walk over to the side and you can look down, and the people can walk over the side and they can look up the chasm. I don't even want to go near the chasm. I don't want to know what's going on down there. I don't want to see it at all. I don't want to say, hey, homie, oh, you didn't make it. Hey, sorry about that, mom, you didn't make it. Hey, sister, sorry you didn't make it. Hey, boss, you didn't make it. Hey, Pastor Johnson, you didn't make it. Hey, Reverend Stephen, I don't want to go do all that. Shoot, they might push me over and say, you sure is happy that they down there, man. You should be down there with them. Like, no. Just like you won't see me at the jail. At the jail for what? I ride by and look at it, but I ain't trying to go in it. I don't want to see what it look like. Who cares? I don't want to see it. I know when they have to line up and we looking down. Dang, Pastor Jones ain't make it. Ain't that something? Look at all the priests. They about to throw in that furnace. Hey, that's rough right there. I consider myself lucky. I went to Catholic school for a couple years and I didn't get molested. I consider myself lucky. I'm being honest with you. As y'all can see, I'm honest. And I tell you what the Spirit told me. I don't tell you what I think. I tell you what the Spirit told me to think. Les Barbie says, my mommy baby sister got married at 13. Her husband was 29. She says my grandmother was 15 and my grandfather was 31 years old when they got married. That Barbie said, that's right, BD. Preach to the unknown. Jasira says, you cannot say you're a Christian, Christ-like, and still be practicing Judaism. Anyway, to God be the glory. A 20-year-old upwards is still young. Underage is pedophilia. It depends on what country you in. Because like I said, women are built for older men. I'm not saying I agree with pedophiles, but I'm just saying women are built for it. Men ain't built for it. We just did a show the other day where it was a young man with an older woman. I mean, she was old. And she had kids already, and they had a kid or two together. So she must have been near 40, because she was still able to pop out 2 kids. So she must have been 38 or 40. And so you got this young man trying to take care of all these kids. He went crazy and killed all of them except for the little ones. He killed her parents. He killed the older woman, killed 4 of her kids, but his kids he allowed to run to the house next door. Y'all remember that story we did last week? Men aren't built for that. A woman is emotional. Men aren't. A woman can say, he really loves me. He want to take care of me, even if he is older. I understand when he get older, he ain't going to be able to do it like he used to, but that's okay. Men, what do you mean you hurt? You can't do anything. But I got to go find me somebody that can, I need to get something. That's why I say men should go younger, but special cases are accepted. But if she was like 10 years old or under, I'd be like, nah, that's too far. But she says, you can't say you're a Christian Christ-like and still be practicing Judaism. Anyway, to God be the glory. A 20-year-old. Well, hold on a second. You said will still practice Judaism. Jesus said, I didn't come to get rid of the laws. I came to enforce it. I'm here to turn. Husband against wife, father against child. I'm here to shake it up. A lot of people overlook that when he say that. He says, I came here to shake up the world. I didn't come to do away with the law. I came to enforce it. So that means the 10 Commandments still stand. A lot of people want to say, well, they don't stand anymore because Jesus came and there's a whole new everything. He said, no, I came to enforce the law. He didn't say I came to replace it or do away with it. I came to enforce it. So if there are laws on the books, he didn't say to change them. The only thing that he did say to change pretty much was about the men having multiple wives. Because God conceded that in the Old Testament. And the man can have as many wives as he could care for. But I think that Jesus wanted it to be a man and a woman, and that's it. Have children. Keep the children thinking of him. Teach them right and wrong. All right, Black Bobby, he said, brethren is in the spirit realm. Black Bobby said, no one has the right to try to shame me for my life. Are you married, lady? Gisela says, brethren, you are funny. I pray we all make heaven. Man, I pray for everybody that come through this chat, whether we know it or not. Black Bobby said, it's a sin to try to shame people or look down and judge nothing that you know about. Like Bobby said, look, lady, my husband is not a pedophile. Please don't make me lose my cool with you. Gisela says, hey, brother, and goodbye for now. Goodbye, Black Barbie. No, they are not. Go to Thopia and see fistula cases of women married, having children at 16 and 17. It is wrong. A man must be disciplined. Black Bobby said, I was 15 going on 16. I knew what I wanted for myself as a young lady and becoming a woman. Gisela said, no, he did not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. He fulfilled it. She says, we are not saved by the law, but by Jesus Christ's covenant. Matthew 26:28. Black Barbie says, it's funny how people like judging other people. Well, see, I don't believe in judging people. That's God's job. That's not our job. That's up to Jesus and God. I don't believe in judging people, but I believe in taking people in the state they in. I mean, if you're a drug addict, you already a drug addict. What good is getting on you for being a drug addict? I need to get you to get off the drugs. If you're an alcoholic, you're already an alcoholic. Instead of blasting you and making you leave, instead of getting the help you came for, yeah, you just alcoholic, man. I can't do nothing for you, man. You just alcoholic. No. How can we get you to stop drinking? What caused you to drink? Was it a childhood episode? Was it being bullied? Did you get attacked by somebody? What is making you drink? What are you running from? What are you running from that you can't deal with? You got voices in your head that you can't deal with. So you want to be high all the time. Or you want to be gambling all the time because you can't hear the voices. Or you want to do crazy things like bungee jump. Or you want the excitement of being with a different man every night. So you ain't got to think. You want to drink so you don't have to hear them voices. So those memories don't come back. What are those memories? And let's deal with them. So then you don't need the extra stimulant to deal with it. And if you still can't deal with it, can we find an acceptable stimulant that will allow you to cope? You understand what I'm saying? That will allow you to cope. Can we find something that will allow you to cope so that we don't have to deal with this? But if we run you out, hey, no alcoholics here. If I run you away, I can't help you. Now, even though you say that you believe that her marriage is wrong, she's married and been married for 15 years. I can't find many black women in the United States that's been married for 15 years. 76% of them will never even see marriage. So she's in the marriage. Now, do we break the marriage up? Or do we try to help her cope with issues she might have? You know, whether or not they like the same music. She might want to go to the club and he might want to go to the ballet. Do you understand what I'm saying? How to get them to cope? They already married. You don't tear a marriage apart if it's working. So let's work from there. If you're already an alcoholic, it's done. Now, how do we get you to stop loving that bottle? Can you love Jesus as much as you love that bottle? Can you love Jesus as much as you love them drugs? Can we replace that pleasure that you get from that drug? Can we replace it with the Holy Spirit? You said no BD. I know you're not judging me, but the dumb lady in your chat. The Bible says, what do I supposed to do now? Divorce my husband and be ashamed of my life? Are you dumb and stupid? Stop talking to me. Yeah, I've been up all night. I got the 2K to work. I had to give up on the 4K, but I got the 2K to work. Black Bobby said, "Lady, I don't need your criticism. I already have a mother." Naya says, "Happy Wednesday." Well, happy Wednesday. You late, but we already having Bible study. You're late. Welcome. All right, not a problem. I was getting tired of. Well, Naya, you don't understand what's going on. You just walked in. Have you read the chat? Black Bobby says, "BD, you have a beautiful marriage. I just come and join. You are a beautiful conversation. That's all." Okay, Naya. Well, okay, all right. I held the wrench back, and we will debate it. I gave her the wrench because she came in and opened up, and she let us know that she got married at 15, that her parents approved the marriage, that her father owned the church, and Gisela said that her husband was a pedophile. So that's what caused that. And that it wasn't right that a child shouldn't be married until they're 20, I think she said. So that's the reason that they're disputing, and I'm trying to smooth it over. Because as hard as it is for black women to get married in the United States, how do you tell somebody not to get married that's been in a marriage for 15 years, that says she's happy? If you don't agree with it, that's for God to judge. And Gisela gave her opinion, and that should have been it. And it shouldn't went no further. You're supposed to come as you are, and she came as she was. Now, if the parents agree, because that was the only way that marriage could happen, was for the parents to agree. So, like I said, if you's an alcoholic, when you come, it doesn't help me to get on you for being an alcoholic. But how do we deal with your problem? She doesn't think she have a problem. Gisela does. That's the problem. Whether or not you think that she was too young to get married, the fact of the matter is she's been married for 15 years and she seems happy. I know adults that have been married for 1 year and got divorced. So obviously something is working. But if you believe that that her husband might have tricked her or seduced her, or then let's make sure that she's okay. If the age difference bothers you so much, then why not help her understand how women navigate in the world and bring that knowledge to her and say, well, don't let them get over on you on this. Don't let them get over. I can understand that because that will be a help. But to sit there and say, well, I don't believe that you should have got married. Well, she's already married. So how does that help? That's the problem that I have. She's already married and been married for 15 years. So how do we help her cope? If you believe that she's missing something, or if you believe that she missed out on life, then why not tell her that so she can go experience it? But to condemn, you run people off. How can you help somebody by condemning them? Do you understand what I'm saying now? How do you help somebody by condemning them right off the bat? We not supposed to judge. We supposed to decipher. Okay, in my mind, it doesn't look right. But that's your mind. She's living it. She says she's happy. Until we get a reason to believe she's not happy, we have to take her word for it. But say Jesus had been here, say we was back in biblical days, and just say that Jesus had been, we was all sitting around with Jesus, and she came in and said, hey, I'm 15, I just got married. I don't think Jesus would say, it's a doggone shame, you're wrong, don't do it. That guy is a pervert. He wouldn't say that. He would say, come here and let me give you some knowledge that you might miss out on because you're not going to do things that you normally would have done because now you're a wife, you have responsibilities. Let me tell you what you might have missed out on, but really what you don't have to go through. You don't have to go through the old, does he like me? Does he not like me? Is he going to call? I know he like me and Jane. Who's he going to ask to the prom? None of that stuff. I'm being honest. But that's what I do. I be honest. So Naya says that she came in and was calling her names. Well, go up and read the chat. There are some things that you have to, hold your tongue on. Now, y'all know that the Supreme Court has passed a law that says that you cannot fire anybody in the LGBT community. If you find out that they are gay or that they had a sex change, you can't fire them. There's a lot of people that's not going to like that. There's a lot of people. Naya said no reason. Let's go back and see what she said. Let's go back and read. Cause I'm fair. Where did she come in? I'm trying to see what she came in. I'm trying to see where she came in. Hold on, scrolling down. All right, Black Barbie came in. She said, good morning, BD. How's everyone? Black Barbie said, BD, are you married? Should have said, brethren, all these things you are talking about is the Old Testament tradition of the Jews, pagans. There were other tribes woven in the Old Testament, like the Samaritans, the Egyptians, etc. Like Bobby said on Wonderfully BD, the singer said, why are you using David as a good example? He failed God and God departed from him. Like Bobby said, oh, okay, BD, sweet man like yourself not married. The singer said, but you must not glorify evils of the past that made God punish human beings. And that is why God incarnated his spirit in Jesus, Christ Emmanuel Yeshua, to be the atonement of our sins. Jesus is our role model. Like Bobby said, that's right, BD. Marriage, I'm 30 and I've been married for 15 years. She said, I married my first boyfriend and he was my high school sweetheart. Like Bobby says, I pray we can have 2 beautiful boys. Cecilia says, so change that preaching to male and female must remain pure. Cecilia says 15 is underage. Like Bobby said, BD, we have a 10 and a 9-year-old and one on the way, hopefully a girl. Cecilia says exactly, if people practice God's intentions for human beings, we will not have these issues of abuses in the matrimonial homes. Bobby says, that's right, keep fathers in the home. Okay. Gisela says, it's important for both children, male or female, to live in homes where both the mother and father respect themselves. Gisela says, at Meade, the situation in America needs overhauling. It's not only people on social welfare that have these problems. Like Bobby says, my husband is much older than myself. Cecilia says, brethren, if you study sociology as I did in one of my high school and university, you will understand that this is not all women's problems. It's the problems of both. Cecilia said, at Black Bobby, your husband should not have come to you at 15. It's not acceptable either. He should have waited till you were at age over 18. Gisela said, brethren, they are both perverts. So she called Black Barbie and her husband perverts. Black Barbie says, I wanted to get married and he agreed with me. Gisela says, at me, that is not true. It is not okay for either to go for underage, brethren. That's why we need to hold Jesus Christ only as our role model, because those people you talked about were evil. Black Barbie says, I've heard that speech just about all my life about me and my husband relationship. I don't need someone telling me about me and my family. Thanks. She says, I'm grown now. I'm finished high school and went to college for 2 years. Gisela said, those people are burning now in hell. Please don't even talk about them, or they should be forgotten. If what you say are right, then we need to pray hard for the world. Black Barbie says, BD, you have a beautiful, blessed day. I don't need to be insulted about my life in your chat. I'm grown and I don't need people telling me about what my husband should have been waiting on. Gisela says, I have to go now and study the word. Evil needs to be squashed. Like Bobby says, indeed too, to get up and start my day anyway. Like Bobby says, it's none of your business, lady. My parents approve. She said, thanks, BD. Like Bobby says, my husband and I are Christian. My family owns a Baptist church. That's why we believe in marriage before having sex. Like Bobby said, my husband is the head and I am his neck. That's how things work in my home. Gisela said, at me, Jesus Christ Emmanuel is about love, but not evil love. And that's why he says he did not only bring peace, but also sword. You cannot say because your parents condone underage marriage. Gisela continues, what is wrong. Jesus turned over the tables of the moneylenders because it was wrong. She says, at me, that's why only Jesus and God is our role model. God gave both male and female dominion, so they can be who God created us to be, not what Apostle Paul says. Like Bobby said, lady, that's your opinion, not our beliefs. She said, BD, all of my aunts got married at age 13 and 14. It's a tradition in our family. Yeshua says, brethren, you will see how full hell is with so many called pastors. Like Bobby says, my mommy's baby sister got married at 13. Her husband was 29. Like Bobby continues, my grandmother was 15 and my grandfather was 31 when they got married. She said, thanks, BD. Preach to the unknown. Gisela says, you cannot say you're a Christian, Christ-like, and still be practicing Judaism. Anyway, to God be the glory. A 20-year-old upwards is still young. Underage is pedophilia. Well, to be honest with you, in some states in America, you can get married with your parents' permission at 15, 16, and 17. Black Barbie says, BD, I'm so glad you understand. She told me in the spirit realm, Black Barbie said, no one has the right to try and shame me for my life. Are you married, lady? Cecilia says, brethren, you are funny. I will pray we make it to heaven. Black Barbie said, it's a sin to try to shame people or look down and judge nothing that you know about. Black Barbie says, look, lady, my husband is not a pedophile. Please don't make me lose my cool with you. Priscilla said, hey, brethren, goodbye for now. Goodbye, Black Barbie. No, they are not. Go to Utopia and see fistful of cases of women married, having children at 16 and 17. It is wrong. A man must be disciplined. Black Barbie said, I was 15 going on 16. I knew what I wanted for myself as a young lady and becoming a woman. Priscilla said, no, he did not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. He fulfilled it. Jesus said, we are not saved by the law, but by Jesus Christ, covenant, Matthew 26:28. Black Barbie said, it's funny how people like judging other people. Black Barbie said, no, BD, I know you're not judging me, but the dumb lady in your chat. Black Barbie said, what am I supposed to do now? Divorce my husband, lady? Be ashamed of my life? Are you dumb? Are you stupid for talking to me? Naya came in and said, you're up from last night. Black Barbie said, lady, I don't need your criticism. I already have a mother. Naya said, happy Wednesday, and she got a message retracted. Black Barbie said, BD, I have a beautiful marriage. I just come and join you. Beautiful conversation, that's all. Naya says, hey, Cecilia. Naya says, I see one person calling another names. Black Barbie said, BD, I think you're a nice person. I love a good channel. I feel like you're very understanding. You remind me of a big brother, and you enjoy church life. She said, BD, thanks. That lady doesn't bother me. I hope she knows it's a sin to be jealous. She said, BD, thanks for your beautiful support. She said, I'm very happy. I have 2 children and 1 more on the way. We are foster parents. We do a lot. We do a lot to help our community. She said, I'm very happy with my marriage. The lady is funny. My husband is not my father. He's my husband. I know the difference. Naya said, no reason to call names. Black Barbie says, Naya, you are a lie. That woman attacked me. Black Barbie says, no, I have been watching BD show and I enjoy his content. I don't have a problem. Y'all do. Naya said, I never seen you before, Black Barbie. She said, what problem are you referring to? All right, hold on a sec. It went too far. Black Barbie said, I said, I don't care if you never seen me before. You never seen me because you don't know me. Naya says, I have no clue what you're talking about, Black Barbie. I never claimed to know you. Black Barbie says, Naya, do you own BD chat or channel? I'm not welcome. Well, Naya, don't come for me because I don't like insults, okay? Naya says, I didn't insult you, Black Barbie. Naya says you can't own a chat. Like Barbara said, BD, I guess we're not welcome to your chat anymore. You have a good day, brother. Thanks for taking up for me and talking to me. Have a beautiful day, brother D. Naya said maybe in her country is different. Naya said, I don't know or have any opinion one way or the other. Liz said, hey, Naya. Like Bobby said, Naya, you shouldn't have a problem with me, so why are you running off at the mouth about me? All right, hold on, y'all. Let's get... Naya said, hey, Liz. She said, I do not have a problem with you. I saw you call Gisela a name. Naya said, she's an older lady and been here. Like Bobby says, well, okay. Well, Naya, okay, I'm done. I apologize if I came off nasty or negative. Naya said, what did I lie about? She said, I don't need no opinions about my life or my marriage. I was just letting Brother Derrick know about my family and our tradition. Naya says, okay, Black Bobby, all is well. All right. I didn't see that comment, but I tried to stay in the middle. But Gisela did call her and her husband perverts. I don't think that was fair or nice. If they've been married for 15 years, I don't think, if they've been married 15 years, if her whole family was brought up that way, if that is their tradition, then you can't say. She said that she told her husband that she wanted to get married and that her parents agreed. As a religious person, it's not your job to judge. You can use a level of discernment, but you can't judge anybody. If you really believe that it's wrong for a 15-year-old to get married, when in the Jewish community, a boy becomes a man at 13 and has his bar mitzvah, right? Then he starts looking for a wife. In the old days. Now, things have changed, but still, we know from when Tommy Sotomayor got in trouble for Googling the states where it's illegal for a child, where it's legal for a child to get married at 15, 16, or 17. We know the trouble that Tommy got in when he was Googling that, right? So it's not nothing new. Now, as she said, several women in her family have been brought up that way. Whether you agree with it, the fact of the matter is, ain't no police kick nobody door in. You might not agree with it, but that's not for you to say. If it's wrong, God will deal with it. The same way, if somebody come in here and say, I'm a homosexual, just because they're homosexual don't mean we can't chat with them. We're going to put them out the chat. We don't know. What they're doing, we know might not be right, but it's not our job to judge them. God still loves them. He gonna deal with them in his own way. It ain't for me to say, well, I'm gonna knock God out the way. I'm gonna deal with this. I ain't worrying about what God say right now. I'm gonna judge him. Then you don't follow Jesus or God because you take away their authority. It's not our job to judge. Now, if they had just got married and was in that first week and you wanted to get an annulment or something and you wanted to fight for that, they've been together 15 years. She says she's happy. So why not encourage her and help her to continue their happiness? Why beat her up? Why call her and her husband perverts? If somebody came in the chat and said they were gay, if they came in and said, Brother Derrick, what do you think about me being gay? Well, you know that God doesn't like it. But I'm not God. If you want to come in here and chat and you're respectful, we'll enjoy your conversation. But you're going to have to deal with God at the end. I ain't got nothing to do with it. It ain't my job to judge it. Maybe it's something that you don't like about the opposite sex, that you like about the same sex. Maybe we can find what it is you like about the same sex and have you apply it to the opposite sex. But I'm not going to push you. Because you in the chat. There ain't no damage you can do from the chat. Do y'all understand? You got to learn tolerance. You know, if we picked up some Catholics in the chat, we're going to clash over some things. But I'm not going to say, well, I'm going to block you because you're Catholic. A Muslim come in here, I'm not going to say I'm going to block you because you're a Muslim. I'm going to learn you and see what separates you. Now, I gave her a wrench because she came in here and opened up. And I was afraid Gisela was going to block her. That's why I gave her a wrench, now. So now that you and Liz are here, y'all let me know when she gets a wrench. It takes 2 wrench holders to earn a wrench. Now, let me go back and check the chat and get caught up. All right, Naya says all is well. Black Barbie says, thanks, Naya. Love, peace, and happiness. Black Barbie said, we are not perverts. I don't care if the lady is old. She is judgmental and crazy. Black Barbie says, I have respect for everyone as long as they give me and my family respect. I don't judge anyone. That's not my fight. She continues, if God feels like we doing something wrong, he will answer to us. Other than that, I don't care what any human has to say. Liz said, we are not supposed to judge. Yes, BD. Black Barbie said, BD, my mother was 18 and my father was 40. My sister got married when she was 17. Her husband was 30. It's a family tradition. She says, I'm not ashamed of my life or my family tradition. Believe it or not, a lot of families have the same tradition. Liz said, Naya, how are you this morning? Naya said, I could not see that far in the chat. The Bible said, Naya, would you like to be called out of your name for something you chose to do? Naya said, good, Liz. Thank you. How you doing? The Bible said, BD, thank you so much for supporting me. I will be talking to my husband about donating to the platform. She said, if one of them can give support when someone gives that same support to me. Naya said, Black Barbie is subtle. Liz said, I'm okay, just finished the meeting. Glad the work week is almost over. Naya says, I didn't see the whole exchange between the two of you. Naya says, good, Liz, midweek winding down. Okay. Like I said, I gave her the wrench because I thought Drusilla was going to block her. Now, y'all know that we like Drusilla. But she called her and her husband a pervert. She doesn't know her and the husband. So she can't decipher. She's never seen her husband. She can't decipher. They can't say, oh, well, he's just a nasty old man. Because you haven't seen him. There was a judgment. If that's what our family does, that was the way of old. That's not new. To the feminist women nowadays, it is new. You seen The Color Purple. When Mr. came to the father, who did he want? Celie was older than Nettie. But he wanted Nettie. The father wanted Nettie also. The father told her he could have Celie. When Celie's father died, you remember his wife? His wife couldn't have been no more than 17. That old man. And she told her, I got what I wanted. Y'all can have the rest. See ya. Like Bobby says, BD, lady should be a little more familiar to people. BD, you are a very nice gentleman. I really enjoy your platform. Well, like I said, I gave you that wrench temporarily because I didn't want Drusilla to block you. Naya and Liz, or the driver or somebody else, will recommend, and I give you your wrench back. That was a temporary wrench so you didn't get blocked. But you'll earn it. You earn it. When you come here and you chat with them, they'll suggest it. That's why she said, I don't know why you just gave it out. That's not how we do it. I did it to protect you in case Drusilla blocked you. Because I didn't want you to run off. If you say you happy, and your family does this, it's a tradition. Who is anybody to say anything? Especially people that can't get married. Because there's a whole lot of black women that ain't gonna never see marriage. And at least you took the shortcut. You ain't got to worry about the prom. You got your prom date. You ain't got to worry about if somebody gonna call you over the weekend. You already got somebody to call you. So that's why I say you took the fast track, but you missed a whole lot of heartache. You was in school, you could focus on your studies. Not looking at the jock sitting on the other side of the room and not doing your work. So I understand. You gotta remember, what is it that I teach? If a young lady is not married by the time she's 26, chances are she's not going to be married. But if somebody come a calling, and you know and trust the person, you are the parent, and you approve it, who are we to stop it? Who are we to block it? There's a whole lot of 20-year-old women that ain't married but got babies. You know. And like I said, her father is the pastor of a church. So if that's somebody from the church, he's going to treat her right because he got the church to answer to. Now, if she came in and said she had a problem, then we can help her with the problem. But it's already done. You can't tell a drug addict, I can't believe you on drugs. No, how can we help you? The fact that you came and admitted something means that you... Now you might say, well, maybe she ain't happy. Well, if you don't get to know her, how you gonna know? You come in here and make her angry when she's opening up from the get-go. Why would you want her to feel like she can't be open? Why would she want to come chat with us if she can't be herself? You notice there's not a lot of people in our chat because a lot of people won't open up. But they can go on the other chats and nobody won't ask them nothing. And they can go in there and say the crazy stuff they want to say and don't nobody call them out on it. They're just glad they got somebody there. I've been over that. I got over that years ago. There are some people that get mad. I don't believe you said that. Get out of here. No. If there's a problem, how can we help you? But she didn't say she had a problem. She said she was happy. So if she's happy, who are we to tell her not to be happy? All right, Drusilla's back. She said, I have been quiet but listening. I figured you was. Spirit told me you was listening. That's why I've been keeping it fair. So now that you are back, she says, I have been quiet but listening. I said they are both pervert to something you said between our writing. You were saying something about people, those were the one I responded. Well, Drusilla, I went back and I read the comments there, and you said that her and her husband were perverts. You can't blame her for getting mad. That's not for you to say. That's for Jesus and God to say. It's not for us to judge. If she says she's happy that our family does it, it's none of our business. Now, if she come asking for help, then she asked us for help. She didn't ask for help. She came in to enjoy the conversation. Just because we Christians, we can't be judging people. You can decipher, but you can't judge. You can decipher. I don't want to be around you because something wrong with you. You know, I ain't going to judge you. I ain't got no problem with you. I just don't want to be around you. That's okay. But to sit there and say, well, you know, I don't agree with what you did, so get out my face. That's not right. God doesn't want to get you. That's not our job to do that. Because one of our wedding vows is, let no man or woman tear apart what God has put together. And whether or not you agree with the age, the fact of the matter is, she says she's happy. So if she's happy, if this is what goes on in her family, you know, who will be the judge? That's all I'm saying. So can we all get along and just move on from this? Liz said, yes, Naya, a lot of my friends waited to get married. Naya said, Jasila is back. I guess they can iron it out. She said, seems like a communication mix-up. Jasila says, I call the act of older people with underage as pedophilia. You're right, but you're not. That's not pedophilia. Pedophilia is somebody that likes young children, 10 and under, and they don't want to marry them. They just want to have sex with them. And not just one, they want a whole bunch of them. Because when one starts to look old, they don't want them. That's pedophilia. Because back in Jesus' day and today, if somebody could come by and say, hey, I want your daughter. She young, I want a young girl. What do I have to do to get you to agree, let me marry your daughter? That's not a pervert. That's just somebody that prefers somebody younger. But somebody that wants a child, that don't have no sense, they can't even carry a conversation with them. All they want to do is fill them up, touch them, or have sex with them, and then they moving on to the next child. That's a pedophile. You got to learn the difference. Somebody that favors somebody younger and somebody that want to mess around with little kids, that's what we call a pedophile. A pedophile is not going to marry no little kid they mess with for 15 years. It's not going to happen. Because they have to keep going. You can't stop with one. There's a difference. You might not like the age difference, but if it's working, and it's been working for other women in her family, then we can't say anything. Now, if this man was going through every woman in the family and was marrying them just to have sex with them and then throwing them away, she says that she told the man she wanted to get married. She said they waited until they were married before they had sex. It's her family way. You might not agree with it, but that's not being a pedophile. A pedophile wants little kids, and it just don't want one. Because when they get locked up for it, they come right back out, and that's why we have a national data list. They got to register that they're pedophiles so that all the parents get to know in the area to watch out. They're going to mess with their kids. That's a pedophile. A pedophile is somebody that has a sickness. They got to have little kids, whether it be boys or girls. They got to keep having them. It ain't just one. They got to keep having them. It ain't just one. Because, see, they can get locked up, but they get right back out. They go looking. They right at the park. Ooh, look at that one. Ooh, look at that one. That's a pedophile. Somebody that said, hey, our family's married young. I like that young lady right there. I want her. I'm going to get to know her, and then we're going to get married. That's not pedophilia. That's what I'm just saying. There's a difference. You tell me to look at the definition. You don't watch my show. We cover the news. You know how many pedophiles that we covered? But I'll look it up. Hold on a sec. We are fair here. Hope I spell this right. What is a pedophile? Hope I spelled that right. A pedophile is a person who has a sustained sexual orientation toward children, generally aged 13 or younger. Not all pedophiles are child molesters or vice versa. Child molesters are defined by their acts. Pedophiles are defined by their desires. So that was Wikipedia. So you have to understand the difference. A pedophile is considered somebody that wants kids 13 years or under, and they have a desire to only be with them kids, and they ain't afraid to go to jail. They ain't afraid of the parents killing them. They know it's wrong, but they got the desire to be with them. And like I said, maybe it's different where you live. Y'all might have a different definition. But older man, younger woman has been around since the beginning of time. But like I said, normally a pedophile is sneaky. A pedophile tries to get you to be quiet, to get the woman or the little boy to be quiet so the parents don't know. Her parents approved the marriage. It wasn't done sneaky. Because that's part of the pedophiles. Part of a pedophiles, what gets them going is doing it in secret. And they give them candy and take them places. And they try to make the parents believe that they ain't doing nothing with them. And they get off. And there's different levels of pedophile. Would y'all consider R. Kelly a pedophile? He likes 15 to 16-year-old girls. But all the girls he been accused of, how many of them did he marry? Of all the girls he been accused of molesting, how many of them did he marry? You says Matthew 7 did not say we must judge and stop there. It says we will be judged as we judge. And I covered that there. I said we don't have the right to judge, but we do have the right to use our level of deciphership, to use our common sense. If somebody says, if your whole family is Democrat and all of a sudden your brother wants to be a Republican, the family gonna go, what the hell wrong with this boy? What the hell you gonna be a Republican for? But that's not for you to say. He wanna be a Republican, let him be a Republican. If he enjoys it, he'll keep being one. If he don't, he'll come back. But you shouldn't be supportive of him. It's just that I don't understand why you want to be a Republican. Republicans don't do nothing for black people. Why would you want to be a Republican? You know, he might say Democrats don't do nothing but hold black people back. But rather than fight with them and then you lose your brother and he go run with the Democrats and you don't get to see him no more because you judge them. Say, hey, look, we don't agree with it. I know we're going to have nice debates. So there you go. We still love you. We don't like that you're Democrat, man. We don't like it. You're Republican now, but we'll get over it. It's not for us to judge. I know it's a weak example, but I'm just giving you an example. You got to learn how to say, hey, I don't totally agree with that, but I'm going to decipher you on how you are. How are you? Everything good, everything okay. as long as everything's okay. Now, when you find out something wrong, then step in and say, okay, how can Jesus do? Okay, so let's go back to the chat. We look up the definition of pedophilia. Black Bobby says, thank you. Thanks, Naya. Thank you, ladies. I just like joining conversations and sharing a piece of my life. Whoa, wait a minute. Wait a minute. You said, am not an apostle Paulinian. Like I said, Jesus and God are my role model. But Apostle Paul says, put away evil persons among you. You said, put away evil persons among you. If they are married, any sexual act within the confines of a marriage, she didn't say whether or not he was a virgin. I didn't catch that. But she was. As a woman, she is in her rightly state. So where's the evil at? If she's married and she's happy, the danger is, supposedly, is that the age difference will be the problem. Not the fact that they got married. That the child, the teenager doesn't know enough to get married, is what you're saying. If she's happy, there is no danger. Her father married them. That means they are all close together. If the parents see a problem, they will intervene. If the uncles, the cousins see a problem, they will intervene. It ain't like they just came out the woods somewhere and got married. They are in a confined situation. She got people around her that can look after her. They see something wrong, they will handle it. You make it sound like she was homeless and she just married the man just to get off the street. You know? That Bobby says, she said, thanks, Naya. Naya said, you're welcome. That Bobby says, right, BD, my husband is no pedophile. I was old enough to make my decision. My father sat down with us and counseled us. We still go to counseling on Sundays at the church. Christ said, your definition is, my definition, that wasn't my definition. That was Wikipedia. She said my definition. All right now, Black Bobby. We don't need to call names. She said, Naya said, perhaps where Cecilia from, her culture is different. Naya asked her where she's from. Cecilia said, he does not have to be a child molester, as you say, but he has the desire to marry a 15-year-old. That Barbie said, I will never disrespect anyone or their life or lifestyle. She said, I hope everyone is having a good day. The Barbie said, my father married us, BD. Cecilia said, Anaya, I am from England, and her husband will go to jail to marry her because she of consent for your parents to consent is not 15. Actually, if the parents consent, I think you can get married at 13. If you got both the parents consent. So that's different in England. I don't know what the rule is in England. Liz said none. He said, well, he did marry Aaliyah. Liz said, how old was he? Black Barbie said, lady, I'm not understanding. How does my marriage and my life affect you? Naya said, yes, Liz, 15 without permission. Oh, so R. Kelly married her at 15 without permission. The singer said, yes, we do have the right to judge, but we will be judged as we judge others. If we judge in righteousness, because on Judgment Day, we will all be judged according to how we judge others. So why are you judging this young lady, Jasilia, when she seems to be happy? Now, if you don't think she's happy, then you study her while she's here and say, do you see anything that you need to speak on? Anything she might need help with? Fact of the matter is, she is in a marriage. Whether you think it should happen or not, she's in it. She seems happy. So why should we discourage her? She says every Sunday, her and her husband get counseling. So they got a support group. You don't agree with the age. Tyler Perry once said, if people tell you who they are, believe them. I add to that until they show you they not. Right now, we don't have no reason to believe she's not happy. But if she does become unhappy, that should be one place that she should come. Maybe she wants different counseling than her father. There are two ministers in this chat right now, me and you. She's not 15 now. She's 30. So she has made it work, her and her husband, for 15 years. You want to look at the divorce rate for black women? Not many of them make 15 years. The ones that do get married. The average divorce rate in America, I think, is 5 years. She's already beat that. Naya says, thank you, Gisela. Papa D is from England too. But Buddy said, lady, is my husband asking for your daughter's hand in marriage? Are we bothering you? So why are you so uptight about it? He says, I feel like people find reasons to be upset about stuff in life that doesn't concern them. Naya says, in England, you only have to be 16, correct? Naya said, Gisela says she was not calling them perverts. Naya, you asked the question, why did Black Barbie say something mean about Gisela? I read you what Gisela said. Gisela said that her and her husband were perverts. Now you gonna tell me that wouldn't make you mad? So I understand why she responded like that. I understand why she responded right there. Do I agree with it? No. I don't think we should be calling anybody anything but their name. But like I said, her definition of a pervert is not the definition that we use. And I read her. And we got that off of Google. We didn't get that off of America, nothing. We got it off of Google. Google is worldwide. And we got the definition of what it is. She says that she doesn't agree with that definition. Well, they're not in the UK. They got married in the United States. Gisela says, you need to go to Ethiopia and see the young women who are married young and their lives ruined. I'm not judging her. Please listen. She came into our conversation and that both being perverts. You said married young and their lives ruined. She's 30 years old now. She's not a little girl. She's a woman. She was able to go to college. She finished school. She was able to go to college. She got her family around her. They all are in the church. Whether you think there's something wrong with the church, you ain't supposed to judge other churches. That's for God to do. I understand what you're saying about the people in Ethiopia. I understand that. But the fact of the matter is, she said that she wanted to be married. That she wanted it. And she doesn't sound like she regrets it. Now, I'm not saying everybody should get what they want, but she seems happy. Now, you said the women's lives were ruined. Well, she's been in a marriage for 15 years. That's a long time. Especially in America, that's a long time. Maybe not in the UK, but in America, that's a long time. Google our divorce rates in America. The fact that she made it 15. Now, okay, then you said the comments were not directed to her and her husband. Naya said things we misunderstood in the chat. Okay, Jasilia, then tell Black Barbie that I didn't say it the right way. And then let's leave it alone. It's not a big deal. You said, Administer, I said both are perverts in response to your discussion with me. Jasilia, you can't dance around it. You still said it. You told that woman that her and her husband were perverts. You can't clean it up. The words came out. Only thing you could do is take them back. Well, you can't. You already said it. You can't take it back. But just explain. But don't say you didn't say it. I mean, I wouldn't appreciate somebody calling me a pervert. I'd be ready to fight. I'm sorry. Somebody came in the chat and said, "BD, you're a pervert." I'm ready to fight. How dare you come in and try to defile my reputation? How people supposed to come and listen to me if they think that that I'm, you know what I mean? Well, like I said, we should forgive. I don't think you said it right. And why can't we leave it at that? You didn't mean it that way. But the fact of the matter is, they've been married for 15 years. Now, if she told you I made a mistake and he beat me, and then we got something to roll with. She telling you that she's 30 now and that she's happy. That's a lot different. You say the girls in Ethiopia, they might not be getting treated right. But the fact that they get counseled by her father every Sunday, that lets you know they have a support group. And that she came to this chat, and now she has another support group. And I'm looking. Wait a minute, I think they went too far. I wanted to get the exact. I don't know why it's taking so hard to find it right now. I must not have went high enough. It's too far back. I can't find it. It's too far back. I can't find it. I wanted to show y'all the exact quote. I can't find it. Let's just leave it alone. I can't find it. All right. I don't see it. So it's all good. Why don't we just agree to disagree and just let it go? I can't find it. All right, Zevia, find it on Amazon and add it to your list. All right, give me 1 second, y'all here. All right, let's make sure that is the bottle of vinegar still there? Oh no, the bottle of vinegar gone? I took that off, why? So we got two things to look for. What is it? Zevia. Ooh, they got root beer? Cool. All right, let's go price low to high and prime so we can time it. All right. Zevia. That's a 6-pack. Zevia Cola. 6-pack. It's only 6. Zevia. 0 calorie. So how many you get? Right there. That's the drink mix we get from the market. $19.99. Are you serious for how many? A pack of 6. Oh, they lost their mind. Yeah. That's a 6-pack. That's organic tea. Sugar-free cola orange. 26. This stuff is not cheap, Liz. Yeah, all right, here we go. Pack of 12 for 15. Pack of 12 for 15. For only 12? God darn, this stuff is high. All right, one-time purchase. Let's add it to anything look cheaper. They got cream soda. The cola is 13. They ain't got no orange. Cherry cola is 18. Grape is 18. Cola is 13. So the cola is cheaper. It's still 12 of them, right? All right. Add that to the list. Okay. Now let's go back and look at the other one, and then I'll get back to the show. Sorry for the hold up, y'all. Didn't I see another? What's this? Is that the same thing? So what's this? Is this the same thing? Yeah. How many you get? Is it a 12-pack? Pack of 12. So hold on. So that's cheaper. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's see. So you got cherry. We did cola already. What else they got? The root beer is 15. Stuff is expensive. Look like it's the same price. All right, let's hit that one. Oh man. What? That's ginger root. No, there we go, root beer. And one-time purchase. Add to wish list. Now, is that the same price? View your list. At the same price. Is that from the same people? All right, well that's the two flavors. I mean, the cola is fine, Liz, but the cola or root beer, whichever. Okay, so we got that. Now we need to find what was it? Apple vinegar cider, if I'm correct. Oh, there go the gummies. She said something about the gummies. Where are they? Go to low to high and prime. All right, and let's see here. Apple cinema. So 120 pills. Doesn't say how many pills in there. Apple cider vinegar gummies. Okay. How many come? You only get 60? Alright, add to cart. Scroll back and take one more look. Cause you only get 60 for 10 bucks. Let's see here. Where the gummies at? No more gummies. That's 1,000 milligrams. How many you get? How many you get? It blocked the count. How many do you get? 60? Nah, we'll leave it alone. Well, I'll give it a choice. It's our choice whatever one she want to get. I'll just put it there. Just add it to the list. And we're done. Alright. Alright. So she got the choice. So you got 1, 2. Wait a minute. I don't see. Where's the other one? Hold on a sec. I don't see the other one. I don't see the other one. You gonna do me like that? Hold on a sec, y'all. Hold on a sec. So where's the other one? I know I added it to the list. Hold on a sec. You really gonna do me like that? Okay, so that's a $10 one. Wasn't there, it was, I know it's on the right. Gummies. Wait a minute now. But it ain't much difference in price. $10 and, like I said, I'll let her decide. She's getting it, not me. I ain't got no say in it. So, add it to the list. View the list. Wait a minute, I just saw something. What was that double pack? How much is that? Oh, heck no, $25. You done lost your mind. All right, y'all, I'm coming back. Sorry about that. Alrighty, y'all, I'm back. Liz asked me to put a couple things on the list, the Amazon wish list. She's gonna get it for me. All right, Liz. So are you here now? Well, yeah, them boys was good. I ain't gonna lie to you. Them boys was good. I ordered the seeds that he told me to get, and I like sunflower seeds, and they remind me of sunflower seeds without the salt. But I used to take 2 a day, and that's what I've been doing, taking 2 a day. But yeah, I did. We lost 3 people. I told y'all people like drama. Yeah, they gone. It's my fault. Liz told me to start eating like candy. Them gummies was good. That's how I ate them. They was good. I ain't gonna lie to you. I said they were good. Liz said he finished his bottle before I finished mine. I ain't gonna lie to you. I sat here knowing I should have went in there and cooked something, but I sat here with y'all and I ate them gummies instead. I ain't gonna lie. That's why I started getting the pudding in the applesauce. Because I got, before I wouldn't eat in front of y'all. And then I just did it one time and got used to it. Before I wouldn't eat in front of you. I didn't think it was professional. But after watching other YouTubers, I said, shoot, they do it. I ain't no better than them. Said, I ain't no better than they are. All right, so like I said, I found the 2 lowest prices each, and it's up to you, Liz, what you want to order. If anybody else want to order some of the soda, that the powdered mix. My market don't have the big bottle of the acid that Naya said to get. They don't have the big bottle of it. It's like $1 and something a bottle. So but I'm going to the store today. So if they have the citric acid, I'll get it. I just gotta remember, you gotta be real careful. Because you can't fill them all the way up and you can't let them freeze. The boy, pop! I never forget that day. I almost lost an eyeball. Pop! I turned that cat and totally forgot that was soda. Because we had mixed it in with this, man. It'd been a long time. You only want to have 2 a day? How could you have 2 a day of them sweet gummies? But all right. Maybe we ought to get some, I'll see if they got some regular gummies at the market. Somebody remind me? Because see, y'all, this is the problem. This is what holding me up. That's why I didn't mind having church now. This is why I didn't mind having church early. I kid you not. I didn't mind having church early. Because I don't know what time I'm getting up today. And I'm being honest. I don't know what time I'm getting up today. That's why I didn't mind having church early. And we actually had it without even meaning to have it. But I hope we haven't lost 2 viewers today. I hope that they can work it out. I thought it was Wednesday. It say here, it ain't out for delivery. Hold on a sec. I don't trust this. Hold on. I don't trust this. Let's go to USPS. See, I don't trust the eBay one. The eBay one had you losing stuff. Let's go to USPS. All right. Remove. Track package. Paste. Now it says, and now it says expected delivery by Wednesday the 17th. That's the date. By 8 p.m. It says in transit, arriving late. All right, we got a problem here. We got a problem here. It's still in transit. It ain't coming today. Your package will arrive later than expected, but it's still on its way. It's currently in transit to the next facility. So basically, I could have been went to the market. I'm mad now. I could have been went to the market. I was trying to sit up until it got here and then take a nap. I hope I can get back up. All right, y'all. I'm glad we looked. Mm-hmm. Naya said, I swear you went off the bed. Naya, I never stopped. I think we literally got like 6 shows. Hold on a sec. Let me go back. How many shows we got today? Because I deleted some of them. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We on the 5th show. Whoa. We got 99 views for the 3rd one. Cool. That's always a good thing. Did I give myself a thumbs up? Yes, I did. All right, so let's get the thumbs up now. We have 4 to 3. So somebody didn't like. Now the post office ought to be ashamed of them themselves. Be honest with you. Somebody left a comment on one of the shows saying they loved it. All right, so what do y'all think? I made myself smaller because we don't have the 4K size screen anymore. We got a 2K size screen. So I sacrificed and made myself smaller to give y'all a bigger screen. So do I need to go bigger? Or y'all like it like this? I also gave the chat more room. You said you have to use the email address that you get your order confirmation. I mean, I could apply for the updates, but I ain't gonna lie to you. I really don't care about it because we got one. But I paid for it. I will use it. I done it. Matter of fact, I might have myself on the screen twice. Naya says you did not mention what part of Bible study did the topic come up. Well, actually, Drusilla came into the chat and we actually went into a Bible study. I had played some music, played some of my gospel songs, and then we started talking about the word. Naya says, I keep telling you it's the same comment troll. Oh yeah, I forgot to say, Tony came last night. He left a donation too. Sam Cassell came by. And Toss Baby came by. Well, Black Barbie, can you do me a favor? Because, can you do me a favor? The ladies that are here all the time are right here. Gisela comes by, but they here every day, all the time. Focus on them. Focus on them so you can get your wrench. The driver, Nonne Baquez. Get to know them. They're here every day. Those are the people you're going to see. And remember, your father is a pastor. No name calling. Hey, look at Naya. I beat you to it. Just no name calling. Only one person in this chat get to call somebody names, and that's BROTHA. And that's the only one we get attacked. Now, like I said, don't be upset because I pulled your wrench. I gave it to you so you didn't get blocked. Because she has a wrench, she could have blocked you. So that was so you didn't get blocked or timed out. People get angry and they'll time you out, and you'll get timed out or get blocked and never come back. And we don't want that. We want you to join the family. You know, the Bible says, I understand and have respect for everyone. You will never catch me disrespecting somebody for what they write in the chat about their life. She said, I will never let anybody attack me or my husband. Well, Black Barbie, you in the marriage. Don't let nobody bring anything into your marriage. Remember the marriage vow you took. Don't let anybody separate what God has put together. That was in your marriage vow. If you happy, that's all it meant. Well, like I said, I looked back in the chat, I couldn't find it, but I know what I read. And the ladies heard what I read. I don't know if Liz was here or not, but the ladies heard what I read. I went up there and I read it. I read the whole chat to y'all. And if y'all want to rewind it back and screenshot it, that's fine. And I'll show it. But I was looking for I was going to screenshot it. But I know that she said that you and your husbands were perverted. I know I read that. And I don't think that's right. You know, I hope that she don't stop coming around, but if she do, I understand. But I'm just saying, you know, and don't get me wrong, because BROTHA is the king of roasting. I understand that. But roasting and just saying something out like that out the blue is two different things. If you get attacked and somebody jump on you back, that's one thing. But to come out there, I just, you know, it'd be like I said, if somebody came in here, you know, and they said, you know, you need to go back to roasting people. You doing this news and religion and stuff. You know, you was better when you was roasting. I'd be like, oh, that's your opinion. But where did roasting get me? Where did roasting get me? Why we got to go hide on one of the other channels to do it? To protect the big channel. I got people that stayed up with me all night and we got them watch hours. It's disrespectful. We already lost one channel. We had a channel that had almost 1,600 subs on it, and we lost it. You know. Sometimes you just gotta let stuff go. Nah, yeah, I'll be honest with you, I forgot. Because then that jumped off and I forgot. I ain't gonna lie to you, I've been up all night, I forgot. But I didn't mind it. So, y'all can't say that we didn't cover anything. I'm trying to decide if I should ride up the hill. All right, Black Barbie, let it go. As a Christian, you gotta let it go. I know you're mad, but let it go. Long as you happy, that's what matters. Don't let somebody else make you unhappy. If you happy, that's what matters. I'm not married, so I'm not going to tell anybody that's married about a marriage. Unless the Spirit asks me to say something. I'm not going to comment on it. Because I ain't never been married, so why should I comment on it? That's like seeing a bunch of 40-year-old black women that never see marriage telling a young 20-year-old what to do. Well, child, you need to don't tell me nothing. You can't get married. I ain't taking no advice from you. I'm going to be sitting here with you 20 years from now. You're going to be 60 in the same group, and I'm going to be 40, and we all going to sit here with no daggone men. Don't tell me nothing. That's just the truth. They want to sit around and tell you something. If I don't know it, I don't talk about it unless the Spirit tell me. And I tell you, the Spirit told me to tell you this. This ain't me talking. Don't take what I got to say. That'd be like me trying to tell somebody how to take care of Mercedes-Benz. I ain't never had no Mercedes. I couldn't tell you how the interior looked there. I don't have no idea. Why the hell would I try and tell you? Well, you should check the oil once a week, and you should check the tires, and you should make sure that there ain't no gunk in the gas tank. And I ain't never owned a Mercedes. The hell am I going to tell you how to keep it up? Why would you listen to me? You know, yeah, I just got to understand. Sometimes people hear something and they just feel they got to comment on it. You know, and you have to be the bigger person and say, I'm happy, leave me alone. Let it go. The rules might be different in the UK. They might be different. But the fact is, you are married. You've been married for 15 years. If you've been married for 2 weeks, I can understand. But you've been married 15 years. You doing the thing. I know grown women now never see marriage. Much less 15 years. So that's why I said maybe her country is different. But here, I can tell you, a whole lot of women that got a Pookie and a Ray Ray. That's all they can get. You know. Nah, y'all be over here. You want the show back? I don't remember. Y'all be honest with you. I don't remember. What were we talking about, Black Barbie? I mean, I don't remember. Black Barbie, just let it go. And for the record, you've been here before because I remember that name. For the record. Oh yeah, we were speaking about not having sex before marriage. And Black Barbie says she didn't have sex before marriage. She was raised that way. So young or not, she had enough sense to not have sex before she got married. She was already on the right track. Because I know some 78-year-olds that's out there trying to hunt whatever they can hunt. It's sad the way the children are nowadays. Oh yeah, and I was talking about how the older men be telling the little boys, you got some yet? You ain't found the little girl? And be able to convince her to fool around with you. I don't understand how they can have little girls and don't want nobody touch their little girls, but yet they tell their nephews to go up there and mess around with some little girls. I just, that's one dynamic about men I don't understand. As long as it ain't your daughter, everybody else's daughter ain't nothing but a sex toy. But somebody comes sniffing around your daughter, hey, get away from my daughter. I'm doing what you told me to do, Pops. You said to find somebody young. It just happened to be your daughter. I can't believe you had sex with my daughter. You told me. What was I waiting for? To go out there and I did. It happened to be your daughter. Why you mad? I did what you said. Well, not with my daughter. I meant somebody else's daughter. That's why I said, so we know your husband got to be a good man because your father, a pastor, approved it. A pastor is going to fight hard to make sure his daughter marry the right man. Pastor's going to fight hard. I'm hoping to help the driver with his daughters. That Bubba says, we hope our kids follow in our footsteps. The only thing will be to change. The girls will be of age because the way things are now. So see that? That Bobby says, young women where I'm from get married at age 16. Do they have lifelong relationships? I mean, if they stay married, y'all doing something right. Because I can tell you, we got churches with black women in there throwing money at the altar saying, please, Jesus, I need a husband. We got them fighting over the deacons. They fighting over the reverends. They fighting over the pastor trying to be the first lady. If they can't be the first lady, I'll be the first reverend. I can't get none of the 4 reverends here. God darn it. Where's the deacons? I'll be the first deacon. I can't get none of the 3 deacons. Well, God darn it. I'm going to get the daggone pianist, the organist. Can't get the organist? Well, let me get the male lead of the choir. I want to be the first something. Can't get nobody on the choir? Well, who's the head usher on the usher board? I'll be the first usher, right? They so desperate to be somebody that go white. It don't even matter. Just, I want to be the first something. Come on, Lord, why you not helping me? I'm trying to find I'm trying to find the perfect husband here. Help me out. Lead in my direction. Here goes some 20s. Just like Bobby said, we don't believe in divorce. That's good. That's good. Can't deny that. That's very good. I can't believe I can't believe I'm still up. 10:15. But I tell you, I ain't hurting. That's the best part. I ain't hurting at all. Yesterday I was hurting. Day before I was hurting. I feel good. I'm trying to think. It's 10 o'clock. She says I'm in South Carolina. Liz said we actually visiting South Carolina next weekend. All right, so we got 3 family members in South Carolina. We got the driver, we got Snazzy Girl, and then we got Black Barbie. So we got 3 people out of South Carolina. No name by kids is in North Carolina. Sorry, Naya, beat you to the punch. That's what I say, small world. Black Barbie says, my aunt arranged for her oldest son to get married. I mean, like I've said, women actually weren't designed to pick their husband. So I really don't have no problem with fixed marriages, because I trust the judgment of the parents than versus the child. Oh, he got a nice sports car. He got good hair. He got pretty eyes. He got nice chest and washboard abs. A woman shouldn't judge a man on that. A woman should judge a man on the content of his character. Do she think that he gonna stay with her? Do she think that he gonna help him with the kids? Do she think that he's gonna take care of her and not be laying around like a bum? Is he going to have any kind of income? Any kind. I know women can make their own money nowadays, but man, I can't. How you sit around with a man that's bumming and ain't making no money? I just, don't have no kind of income. His income is whatever you give him. But that's the desperation. That's the desperation they feel. That Bobby says, okay, I live in South Carolina all my life. It's nice here. Hot but nice. Liz says, a bunch of Carolinians. Liz said, mercy, I forgot about the trolls. Well, I didn't see what you wrote. I'm glad I ain't got to worry about the trolls. I don't care what they say. What if they said they already even said? I'm glad I don't have to worry about them. I will say one thing though. I think did I make myself too small, y'all? What was it? What do y'all think? Should I make myself bigger? Or at least wider? Well, like I said, Liz, ever since we covered the riots, we've been maintaining. Y'all remember it was just 3 or 4 of us. We've been maintaining, between 6 and 8. We had 11 in here last night. Videos are up, Black Barbie. What do I think about the young man, police that shot him at Wendy's? Honestly, Georgia need to be broke down. Y'all might not want to hear it, those of you live in Georgia. Your police need to go. I'm sorry. They need to just start all new, get new people in, screen them, train them up. Make sure they ain't got no history of any kind of KKK or anything. They need to really be trained and need to look at the history of the people. If you got to do a FBI background check, whatever you got to do, you got to make sure. You got to be sure who you putting that badge on. Not just any Tom, Dick, and Harry that come ask for it. You got to make sure they train. And make sure they know how to talk to people. But yes, we've already covered. But I'll give you the Cliff Notes last night. The young man was shot by a cowardly cop. And there's no disputing that. You can talk to me till you blue in the face. Fact of the matter is, that young man who they said was drunk actually prevented both cops from handcuffing him. They tased him on his shin. They put the stun gun on his shin. He turned around, threw the guys off of him, grabbed the stun gun from the officer that had it. He stunned that officer on his forearm. That officer went down. The other officer, he had the same taser, but he had a cartridge on his. The first officer did not have a cartridge. He just had a regular stun gun. A taser is a stun gun till you put the cartridge on it. The cartridge is what separates a taser from a stun gun. You see the other officer shoot him point blank in the chest with the taser. You see the wires. You hear the crackle. You hear the crackle of the energy. Keep in mind, the black man has a stun gun that he got from the officer that was used on him. Okay? So, he was stunned. He was stunned in the leg area with the stun gun. Didn't phase him. He took it. He threw both cops off of him and took it. He got up and he stunned the officer whose stun gun it was. He got him in the forearm. The officer went down. The other officer that had a real taser, not a stun gun, but had the taser attachment, he shot out the taser, got the guy right in the chest. The guy took off running. He didn't go. He took off running. The cop followed him, still pressing on the taser, still putting the electricity into him. But the guy, I don't know if it was what he was on, he was amped up. He was able to ignore the pain and maintain enough of his faculties that he could run. Now, whether or not the guy knew anything about a taser and the stun gun, while they were running, he turned around and he did this. Bzzz. He did this. Bzzz. The comfort that y'all got was more than what the cop got. The discomfort of me doing this to y'all is more. Y'all understand? You were more uncomfortable watching this light than that cop was when the dude turned. Because that's all he could do. A stun gun, you have to be next to somebody and you had to have it on him. All he did was turn around and flash that. The officer took out his service weapon and shot that man in the back. His job is to tackle him and handcuff him. His job is not to shoot him. The officer was not in danger. The only danger that officer was in was if he did catch him. He had already beat the other two up, and now he got a stun gun. What is the officer doing? He couldn't handcuff him before. Now he got a weapon in his hand. That officer had no shot of handcuffing that man and bringing him in with no help. He should have got help. Kept chasing him, waited for the help to arrive. That's what he should have done. But instead, he took the cowardly way out because he didn't want to catch the guy anyway. What was he going to do to him? He threw them both off like rag dolls. If two couldn't do it, how he going to do it by himself? He didn't know the other officer was coming up. He saw the officer get tased and go down. Get stunned. The officer got stunned on his forearm and he went down. That's why he's so far behind in the chase. So he thinking it's just me and him. Well, I don't want to wrestle with him no more. So he shot him. He didn't want to wrestle with him. He didn't want to fight no more. He just shot him. Like Bobby said, right, BD, some cops are cowards. My brother-in-law works for the police department in D.C. She said, my brother-in-law, who is a therapist for the police department, a lot of those police officers have mental problems. She said, right, and they shot him 3 times. That was uncalled for. Like Bobby said, you right, BD, it's so heartbreaking to watch the news. You figure with the Ahmaud Arbery case that they would be more careful. And with the George Floyd, they'd be more careful. Because they didn't get that man a ride home. Because that's what they could have done, get that man a ride home. Because they didn't get that man a ride home, they thought it was too much trouble, that it wasn't worthy of that time. Now they got rides down there. They both might lose their jobs. One guy might get prosecuted. The Wendy's store that they were called to protect is now a pile of rubble. So I ask you, the same thing I asked before. Why is the cashier that called the police on George Floyd, why nobody ain't got her and roughed her up? Or at least scared the family or something. But also, you had a cashier call the police because the guy fell asleep in the drive-thru. That guy was asleep in the drive-thru. Other cars had to go around him. They never made the phone call because the dude's foot never came off the brake. The dude's foot never came off the brake. The dude would have woke up. He would have ordered his food if they were still open. And he would have went about his way. But somebody called the police, a Wendy's employee. So that Wendy's ain't standing. But why is the place that called the police on George Floyd, why is that still standing? Now, we saw some damage. They did riot it. They didn't tear it up, but they went in there. It was water on the floor and stuff was all messed up. But that place should be a memorial. That should be the memorial The same way the Wendy's is a memorial. That place they called the police on George Floyd should be a memorial. That's where the memorial should have been put at, on the ashes of that building. Black Barbie says, it seems like things got worse after they killed George. She said, right, call the police. I would have just woke him up. But my husband just woke him up. Like Barbie says, we will have to come home. I'll pay for a cab. That's what I don't understand. Why they let the man take a cab and go home? They wanted to arrest him. The problem is, they didn't catch him drunk driving. They caught him drunk sleeping. That's not drunk driving. They wanted to get him for DUI. That's the problem. That cop was determined, and he was talking to the guy. If you believe he's drunk, why are you talking to him trying to get him to admit he did what he did? See, that's the problem. The man even said, look, I'll lock the car up and I'll walk to my sister's house. Y'all can sit here and watch me lock the car up, and I'll walk. My sister live a few minutes away. I'll walk to her house and sleep it off. Nope. We taking you downtown. That's why you notice, watch it. The officer the whole time, because the other officer that we saw in another video, the other officer said, yeah, he was passed out. Took me 2 minutes to wake him up. Then he woke up, then he drove the car and it almost went over the curb or something. He said, that man was like, he going to jail. That's why he kept asking him how much he had to drink, because he knew he wasn't going to remember what he said. He was trying to get that guy to go to jail. And that, thanks to him, his partner ain't going to have no job. His partner might be facing criminal charges. He wasn't supposed to let him drive. That ain't the problem. The man said, I'll walk. My sister's house a couple minutes down the road. They wanted to lock him up. They wanted to lock that man up. That's the problem. If you'd have caught him on the road driving and swerving, okay? But the fact of the matter is, when you see him sleep in the drive-thru, you tell him to move the car, he moved the car. Let the man go back to sleep then if you don't want to take him to his house. Let the man go back to sleep. Take the man car keys and say, call me when you're ready to drive. Give him your cell number and say, call me, I'll bring you the keys back. You can stay here and sleep. You can go to your sister's house. But I'm taking the keys. I'll drop them off when I get off duty. Do y'all understand? These are things that could have been done. It wasn't necessary to arrest that man. You didn't catch him doing a crime. Sleeping in the drive-thru is not drunk driving. You'll call it drunk sleeping? Yeah. He was drunk sleeping. We got him. We're going to give him 5 years for drunk sleeping. But that's what it was. Like Bobby says, right, if the cops speak to him drunk, he should not let them move the... Yeah, why they allow him to drive the vehicle at all? If you were concerned, you should have made him get out the vehicle. Another officer should have drove the car over there and parked it. You should have made sure the man had a way to get home. See, they try to lock him up. That's the part that y'all want. They wanted to lock him up. That officer was determined. He kept lying to him giving him hope that he was going to be let go. And what he didn't realize was, if you believe this guy is impaired, why are you trying to trick him? Even impaired, he ain't stupid. He telling you, let me go home. My sister lives right down the road. I'll lock the car up with y'all here, and I will go to my sister's house. That wasn't good enough. Nah, we want you to go downtown. They could have impounded the car and told him, walk down to your sister's house. Get up in the morning, go down to the precinct, get your car. Nope, they ain't want to do that. They could have got the keys from the guy and said, call me when you sober up and you want to come get the car. Clean yourself up, come pick the car up. They could have moved the car a couple blocks over. So even if he tried to sneak back, it wouldn't be there. See, there are things they could have done, but they didn't want to do them. That's the problem. They didn't want to do their job. Black Bobby says, you right, BD. I agree with you. It's sad. Black Bobby says, somebody said the man supposed to be in jail and he got out due to COVID-19. He was in jail for abusing his children. Black Bobby, I don't care what the man did. They tried to say that George Floyd was on drugs. That means he deserved to die. That Bobby said, I wonder if that played a part in the arresting process, the young man who got shot. Well, the first problem is the officers wanted to lock the man up. That's the first problem. When they didn't have to. Number two, the officers were in poor shape. You let a man you think is intoxicated beat both of y'all up. You know how bad that makes you look? You let a man who you think is intoxicated, he beat both of y'all up and took your taser. You felt you had to shoot the man. That was the only way you could stop him. That tells me they not trained. That tells me they don't know how to fight. That tells me they not in shape. I don't believe the officer could have kept up with him. I'll be honest with you. Even while he pressing the button on the taser, that man was still out running him. I don't think he would have caught him. And if he did catch him, he can't handcuff him. What good is him catching him? He can't handcuff him. That Bobby said, it doesn't matter what your lifestyle consists of. You shouldn't be judged by that, BD. No, I don't agree with what them cops done to anybody. You're right. You still got a right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. You still should be able to breathe. That man was executed. He executed that man. I can't beat him, but God darn, I can shoot him. I can't beat him, but I can shoot him. I can shoot real good too. Right in his back. Hang on a second, y'all. I'm gonna let me get some paper towels. I'm gonna put a slice of pizza in the microwave. Hang on a second, everybody. Let me play something.
Yeah, go there with the woman. Right, yeah.
Right back, y'all. Hold on, don't go nowhere.
Light down. From the heart. You feel that? I got one question for you. I'm over with it. Hallelujah. Amen. Are you born again? You never know when Jesus was to sin on the white cloud. If you're saved, say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. Amen. Hey, are you born again? Are you ready for the Messiah to the symbol of the book of life? Are you on the page Jesus gave to you by faith? Not so by action. What you mean is sacrifice, not by action religion. Not what rituals are out of habit. Call it up to a friend. Now, giving you a second chance. That's why Jesus died. For crucified, everybody around to go out there to the world, coming up with God again. And you receive the gift of the Holy Spirit. They know the desire of your flesh. You can hear it, you can feel it. Don't be foolish unless you steal it. You can't do anything that God can't fix, that God can't heal. Don't turn your back on this once in a lifetime deal. It's a man thing to the sin. For God will forgive. If you're born again, amen, amen. Are you born again? You don't know what you do with the sin on the white cloud if you're saved. Say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. Amen. Amen. Hallelujah. Here we go. Are you born again? Or are you a slave to sin? If I have to want to change your ways, if you have the same like you want to repent, when you know you're able to spend your own do life, you know, I get my thoughts about it. You think God is not living, not aware, you get dirty, and come to church. What do you think you're playing this song? Acting good as people are food everywhere else. The devil tempts you, God understands, and you believe he'll offer his hand, and help you get the results you need for what you want. Don't be deceived by taking some people a liar. He will fill your desire to make you into the lake of fire, the most in hell. You don't know the Lord's discourse. So I say to every boy and girl, get close to God, pray every day, and ask Jesus help you change your ways. See, I believe, amen. That's how I know I'm born again, and I'm asking you, are you born again? You never know when Jesus was to sin on the white cloud. You just say it loud, I'm proud. I'm born again, I'm born again. Come on. No man can ever try to be perfect, but we can try to attain or we can attain a certain level of right and wrong about it. The devil comes every day to lead us in the wrong way. God knows this, so I love you in his only son. So lean on Jesus. On this list that you will help him give a half. I'm going to face these levels to go God's wrath. Remember, Joe, things to this work to be old, the end on you. Faithful flow, not because of the deeds, but because God believed, was willing to be tested. He felt comfort. You're under the word of pressure, shielded by God's love and protection. I'm just a messenger in my voice. He saved or die, it's your choice. You want to be a sinner or you want to be a winner? Don't ask the question. Hey, are you born again? Do you know what these waters say on the right heart is saved? Say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. What? I'm born again. You want to be a sinner or a winner? I'm asking the question. Hey, are you born again? You never know what Jesus was to sin on the white cloud. They can say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again.
I need a shout out. For God, can I get a shout out? For Jesus, you know, I can't forget the Holy Spirit. Come on. Come on. Come on home and sit at God's throne.
And sit at God's throne.
Or ride in hell with the devil. It's up to you.
I can't make that decision for you. God loves you so much, He won't make that decision for you.
Are you born again? You never know when Jesus was to sin on the right card you saved. Say it loud, say it proud. I'm born again. I'm born again. You want to be a sinner or you want to be a winner?
Gotta get them on the right path.
You want to be a sinner or you want to be a winner?
Faith, not by works. Judged by faith, not by works. Believe in Jesus. Try to live like Him. You'll be all right. Go there, bro.
Alrighty, y'all. Sorry about that. I wanted to put some pizza in the microwave. Black Bobby says, wait a minute, I'm going too far. She said, every time a police officer kills a black man, they love to show the police records that make the society feel like they was bad people. Yeah, because they're looking for a reason. Well, you know, it was just one more Negro. He wasn't no good. You trying to say the man abused the children? Well, you say the black man ain't ever home. They were married. You still, yeah, they were married, but he was abusing the children. Oh, boy, Liz said they love to do that. She said there's absolutely no excuse for their actions. Liz said she'd be right back. Black Bobby said, BD, Hearts chat, I have to get my baby ready and get our day started. Black Bobby said, I love everyone. Have a beautiful and blessed day, BD. Get some rest, brother. Liz, Naya, and chat. All right, Black Bobby. See you later on today, I hope. It's alrighty, y'all, but that is true. You know, they always try to cover it up and say, well, he wasn't no good anyways. I mean, you know, it's just one more. The world ain't gonna miss nothing him not being here. That's what they try to say. But y'all saw the video that we showed last night. Well, I tell you, they'll do anything not to hurt somebody white. Even let them steal a squad car. Ain't no way in the world black man gonna beat a cop in his chest. Y'all can talk to me all day. Y'all not gonna convince me. Y'all not gonna convince me. That man beat that lady cop in her titty. And she didn't do nothing. Man. Had that been a minority. And they let him get in the squad car and didn't shoot. And let him drive off. They were the sorriest cops I ever seen. If they was Bonnie and Clyde, they wouldn't be famous. They wouldn't be able to pull off a heist. What? I put it on a minute and a half. Are you serious? I want my cheese melted. I shouldn't have put it on that plate. That's probably on steak. Put it on 2 minutes. All right. Let that go ahead. Sorry about that, y'all. Anybody got any links? Anybody got any linky dinks? I can't believe I'm still going. Let's see if any news happen. Since we got a wait a minute now. I hope he ain't lying. I hope he ain't lying. This was an hour ago, and he got 70.
If you manage a team, you should be using money.
He did this an hour ago and got 7,800 views. Boy, go ahead with your bad self.
Good afternoon or good evening. I'm back today with another first stimulus check update, your second stimulus check update, and the second stimulus package update. We have a ton of new information to cover today. We'll answer when you'll receive your second stimulus check, how much you'll receive, go over the free $1,000 that might be waiting for you today, President Trump's $4,000 stimulus plan, as well as break down the numbers for the second stimulus package. But first, if you're new here, welcome to the channel where I publish the latest stimulus check information and updates. I'm here to help you cut through all the clutter and stay informed of the latest stimulus check, financial, and economic information.
Come on with the news, man. Come on.
The video I published yesterday, we went over the second stimulus package details and how the Republicans suddenly increased the proposal budget all the way up to $2 trillion, which is double their initial plan for only $1 trillion. The slightly odd thing about them doing that was that no one was telling the people of America exactly why they made this last-minute drastic modification. These are trillions of dollars we're talking about here, so by them doubling up to $2 trillion is kind of a big deal. Well, now, apparently that additional $1 trillion is earmarked for a specific place. If President Trump has his way, those funds will be used on infrastructure as an attempt to jumpstart the economy. If we take a look back at the CARES Act, which was the first stimulus package, the U.S. government only used $300 billion in order to send out the first round of stimulus checks to the American people. Let me say this a different way. The first stimulus package was approved with a price tag of $2.2 trillion. Out of that $2.2 trillion, the politicians, the people in government thought, hey, let's throw the loose change over to some of the Americans. Let's give them $300 billion, which leaves us with $1.9 trillion extra dollars.
When we launched on Amazon, I had expectation.
Come on, man.
To play with. And while they were at it, they felt it was much more important to provide large corporations with $500 billion of the stimulus funds. Right there, we have a major problem. Why would large corporations receive over 60% more money than the hardworking, tax-paying citizens of this country? Getting back to President Trump and his infrastructure plans, he feels that the highways, the bridges, the roads, the 5G towers, all of these should receive improvements to which they will spend $1 trillion on. Again, that's over 3 times more money than was sent to all of the people of the United States with the first round of stimulus checks. The likelihood of this actually happening is very high since the Democrats were already geared up, ready to spend lots of money on an infrastructure plan even prior to the virus pandemic. Now, I think we all understand that working on unemployment recovery by adding more jobs would benefit the economy, and I think we are all in favor of a reasonable amount of money being used in order to invest in the future improvements of the United States. But the people of America should come first, way before any infrastructure improvements. If the people of this country lose their cars and their trucks, then those roads, highways, and bridges won't be traveled on anymore. Those 5G towers, well, those will be obsolete once the good people of this country are forced to choose between using an iPhone for the month or instead buying groceries to feed their families. Well, the argument from the government is that since the interest rates are pretty much at zero, they're using that as the catalyst and want to take action now on the infrastructure improvement package and want to see it included in the round 2 stimulus package. For all of you number crunchers, let's take a look at exactly what the Democrats and the Republicans are talking about when it comes to the financial budget breakdown of the second bill. The Democrats are proposing to use $3 trillion for a budget maximum for the second stimulus package. If history repeats itself and they use only $300 billion of that money to send out stimulus checks, and let's say another $500 billion again for large corporations, they will still be left with the same amount of money that was available with the entire CARES Act. $2.2 trillion would be plenty of remaining funds for them to repave the roads or whatever they want to do with it. Now, looking at the budget proposed from the Republican side, they were at $1 trillion, which would have been very lean. With the new and improved budget of $2 trillion, they want to take half of that right off the top to go towards infrastructure. Then factor in the $500 billion for corporations and $300 billion for stimulus checks, and they're left with $200 billion. They would then need to split and divide that $200 billion to send out to small businesses, public health, state and local government, etc., which does not give each one of these sectors very much stimulus relief. One solution that might work for everyone would be a meeting of the minds where the Republicans and the Democrats compromise. Whenever I analyze these proposals and crunch all of the numbers, I sometimes wonder if I'm the only person who thinks it's to limit my commentary here, but someone needs to consider that if the American people aren't helped and aren't taken care of, the fine folks of this country will not have the financial means to pay their taxes, pay for, let alone to use or care about any of the
Closer.
Ain't no commercial, man.
Infrastructure. So wouldn't it make sense to start with a sizable second stimulus check first and work backwards from there? Jumping back over to President Donald Trump and his proposal called the Explore America Tax Credit. We've touched upon this briefly, but to recap, this is a proposal for the second stimulus package that is almost downright insulting to many Americans right now. In a nutshell, those people who have additional income to dispose of during this pandemic crisis and who go on vacation staying at U.S. hotels or who visit theme parks or other businesses related to tourism, those people would receive a generous $4,000 tax credit. Is it safe to say that those who are fortunate enough to have extra cash laying around right now for a vacation probably are not in need of any sort of stimulus payment or credit? It's really even being proposed to offer $4,000 to those who most likely aren't even struggling, rather than to offer more than $1,200 to the people who are desperately in need? If Mitch McConnell follows through on his statement of the next round of stimulus being narrowly focused on getting money into the hands of the American families who need it most, I would propose he and Mr. Trump need to have a roundtable and reallocate those funds in a more effective manner. Switching gears now over to the EIDL, which is the Economic Injury Disaster Loan Program. Now, we discussed this program a while back, and I stopped mentioning it completely as all of the funds were gobbled up almost instantly, and people's applications were just sitting there. Well, now, the Small Business Administration has refunded this loan program and have already started to accept and process applications once again. Now, this $1,000 grant money is not for everyone. The people who are eligible to receive it are those who are business owners, independent contractors, and self-employed individuals. Once approved, those folks will receive a one-time payment for $1,000 for themselves, and in addition will receive an additional $1,000 per any additional employee. The SBA put a cap on the amount one can receive with a $10,000 maximum limit. Per the SBA.gov website, this loan advance will not have to be repaid. This is a news flash here, folks. If you receive a 1099, you can go grab this $1,000. It's fast and easy to apply. This is worth almost as much as the first stimulus check. Free money is possibly just sitting there waiting for you, so go check it out and see if you qualify. To save you some time, the direct link is in the description box below this video. Now, on to the latest updates with the SBA PPP loan money. In an earlier video, I mentioned how Steven Mnuchin, who is the White House Treasury Secretary, is now refusing to reveal the names of those large corporations who are receiving the SBA PPP loan money. During the first round of stimulus, companies like Shake Shack, Potbelly, and Ruth Chris were taking this money even though it was meant to help out small business owners stay afloat during the crisis. The first stimulus bill, the CARES Act, specified that anyone who received the money needs to reveal their name so that it's properly disclosed and transparent. Mr. Mnuchin is now fighting with the Democrats as he seems to believe that these companies' names are proprietary information and need to be concealed and hidden from the public. Democrats argue that the bank's wealthy clients were stealing this relief money away from the small businesses that were and are struggling during this difficult time. Now, if we take a look at the economic updates, we're seeing reports of retail sales rising to a record 18% for the month of May. Other reports are indicating that the improvement in consumer confidence actually started taking place in April, which indicates over 1 month of solid increase. While that sounds good, it still falls much shorter than where we saw retail sales prior to the pandemic.
I'm bored. Made me mad. Donald Trump ever worrying about business? Did we see this already? Big Nick. Drive sober, get pulled over.
my ability to film in public, my constitutionally protected activity to film in public. It's a windy day. Excuse the wind noise.
Big Nick. I'm gonna wash my hand. Nobody said nothing. We just get out of here, man.
We're at 1350 West Broad Boulevard, the city of Fort Lauderdale. No loitering, no soliciting, no public restrooms. It's locked. Oh, they moved. Oh, I didn't know that. Wow. How many people like me didn't know this? See, this is what we're here for, folks. This is exactly why we do what we do. I wonder what they're going to do with this building. It'd be nice to open it up and let some people sleep in here if they're no longer going to use it. That'd be nice. We're right next to the Fort Lauderdale Police Department, which is directly this way. Haven't been inside yet, but I'm going. This particular station has been here forever. They haven't built a new station yet. They continue to use this one. Seen that before.
We ain't do no show yesterday. We made up for it. Come on, Nick, get on in there.
They used to have a jail here. They no longer house prisoners here anymore. They all go down to the Broward County Sheriff's Department, main jail. But that building there used to be the jail. The city of Fort Lauderdale jail, the blue and white building. That used to be the jail.
Nice, our connection is poor this morning. Oh, supposedly the end of the month, Liz. I haven't heard from the landlord yet. I'm afraid to jinx it, because I know
it's a little ironic. I mean, thieves beware. When they'll tow your car and take your property if you have a broken tail light. Thieves beware, though. So what is it called when they do it?
I'm on
City
this
of
side.
Fort
Man.
Lauderdale Police Department.
Oh, here we go. Finally some action. Something. God damn it. Somebody gonna walk up on him.
Yeah, I can use a nice cold Coca-Cola. You got one for me?
Yeah, I just want to know why you're filming, sir.
Oh, so why you didn't say that? Why you say, can you help me?
Yeah, that's why
I mean, give me a Coca-Cola. You can help me with that.
Okay, I can help you with that. Ask why you're filming.
Yeah, just, I like to film police departments.
Okay. Would you like me to send somebody out here to help you?
I didn't ask for any help. I thought you were going to give me a Coca-Cola.
No, I don't have any.
So you didn't really want to help me. You just wanted to know what I was doing.
Yeah, I do want to know.
So y'all should just come out and say, what are you doing? Don't try to...
That's what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, I told you I'm just recording.
Okay, what's your name?
Good citizen. Your name?
Citizen. Is that your first name or your last name?
Good citizen.
Okay.
Your name?
I'll command somebody to help you.
I don't need help. No, I'm going inside.
Okay.
I'm going inside.
All right.
What's your name?
Good citizen as well.
Well, you work for the city. I assume you approach me.
I'm just a good
So are you working in your official capacity right now? If you're operating in your official capacity, I'm going to forward you that picture.
I'm a citizen right now.
Okay, well then don't approach citizens then. It's none of your business what I'm doing then.
Okay.
Right?
None of my business. None of your business.
Then why don't you approach me?
I'm a citizen right now.
Okay. It's your right. You should turn it this way. You get a better
No,
picture.
I'm getting you perfectly in the light.
No, but it's a better picture this way.
No, I like it this way.
Okay. It's called a cam back. That's what it's called. I'm just waiting on you to do your walk of shame because I'm not breaking the law or anything, am I?
I'm not breaking the law either.
No, you're not. I don't mind being filmed. I mean, it's your right. It's your right.
I'm good on camera because you're 10 pounds on me.
You're protected by the First Amendment
I am.
to be able to film in public, so it shouldn't be any big deal.
Okay.
So this guy comes and approaches me, everybody, and won't identify himself. I assume he's working in his official capacity, but I guess he feels the need not to identify
I'm on
himself.
my lunch break, and I'm a good citizen right now because you are filming a police department up front. So in our day and age, I have to be careful.
What day and age?
This day and age.
Talking about from World War II? I mean, that was a day and age too. When did that end?
Where are you?
When did that end?
Do you know what today's date is, sir?
When did that end?
Do you know what today's date is?
What has happened in Fort Lauderdale?
Really? You don't know about the airport shooting? You don't know about any of those things?
No, but did it happen here?
Yes, in Fort Lauderdale.
At the Fort Lauderdale Police Department? Did it happen with the camera? Did it happen with the camera? It's just the camera. Whatever you're talking about, was the camera involved?
Can you help this gentleman out?
I don't need help. What's your name and badge number? Your name and badge number?
1878.
Thank you so much. Nothing, I didn't ask for help. I'm just recording. I don't know why this gentleman decided to approach me. I'm just recording. Doing the constitutionally protected activity. I don't know what the problem is. I mean, then he said this day and age, like a camera is what crashed into the Twin Towers. It wasn't a camera. So what's the problem with the camera? I don't know either. I mean, I didn't ask for help, but thanks for coming out and checking on me. You're dismissed.
Ooh, you're dismissed.
You can give me a Coca-Cola. Thank you so much. You be safe now.
He's the other guy. He was dismissed. They crazy. He's over in them shorts.
Nothing about public photography.
It's already. What is that background noise? Sounds horrible. See that he went in the house and went in his house going. Bad microphone on that phone. Remember the problems we had, y'all? He said, oh wow, laugh out loud. What is he doing? Well, he got a YouTube channel where he goes to all these public places and start filming. And when the people see him filming, they wouldn't tell him to stop. And we have a right to film public areas. And so people call the police. Hey, what happened? I ain't gonna cry about it, but that's it. Ain't nobody get on them. Oh, this part 2. It must be part 2. Oh Lord, here we go. What is it on? 1080. Take it down to 720. Take it down to 720. Let's make sure we didn't freeze. Make sure y'all can see that. I knew we was gonna freeze. I knew it. That's why I came back and looked. You son of a gun. You son of a gun. You son of a gun. Think you slick. Yeah, we should have left it on 1080. That 720 don't look that high. Should have left it on 1080. Could be worse. It could be on 480. Yeah. Don't complain. I'm sorry about that, y'all, but you can hear what he was doing. That's what matters. You can hear. Told that cop he was dismissed. That was rough right there. Said, boy, you dismissed.
Yeah, because I've been trying to catch up with him. I already signed the paperwork. Okay. I signed it almost the this one. All right, okay.
Waiting on somebody to say something to him. He waiting on somebody to say something to him. That's what he waiting on.
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm fine, thanks. Can I help you with anything?
You got a Coca-Cola?
Nope.
Then no. Just recording, taking pictures.
Okay. Can I use my cash? What's the purpose?
Yeah, my own purpose. You are? You are?
Hello, ma'am. I'm here, Lieutenant Michael Doe. 5622.
Employee of the year. Now it says I'm out of source, not sure what the video's about. It's about your First Amendment rights.
I thought you were going back to the track.
I didn't have to help.
Well, you're videoing our police station, so.
Is that illegal?
No, but.
Oh, okay.
That is ordinary.
But not illegal. Oh, okay. So no, thank you. I don't need any help. Have a great day. What's your name and your badge number, please? I'm going to forward you that.
Detective Shield, sir.
Your badge number?
1669.
Thank you. Don't delete that. I'm going to put in a public request record for that. For that photo.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Please don't delete it. They like to record us all day, but they don't like to be recorded.
He in there picking with people tonight. That's what he does.
Not you.
That's like the cop that got beat up and got the car stole from earlier, don't it? Yeah.
Illegal? Okay.
It's better when he out there with the cops.
Turn it the other way, man. Do it the other way. Illegal.
They had a good rain. Look at that puddle. Hot darn. Now he say he's a busybody. Come on, get to the action, man. Find somebody. Find somebody to mess with.
We're gonna walk around to the back now, guys, to let you guys see where they bring the uncooperative, the most likely very innocent, or the most successful revenue generator. Gonna go around see if we can take a peek inside to get some of the booking. Where they book you at. The officer right here. Is where they take you when they book you in the Fort Lauderdale Police Department. They fingerprint you, they have holding cells inside, and then they wait on the transport van before they transport you over to the main jail. It's a pretty big police department. I mean, Fort Lauderdale is a pretty big city. They don't have all of the city, but they have a big chunk of it.
It would have been nice. We'll take it. Yeah, nice play. Ain't nobody bothered them yet. That's what I'm waiting on. Come on with the conversation. All right, somebody in the car right there. Maybe they're gonna mess with him. Ain't nobody gonna mess with him? Oh man, that was boring. That was boring.
I didn't ask for any help.
Sorry. All right. Did we see this one? Big Nick. Yeah, he got 189,000 views in this video. Man, I'm doing the wrong thing. God darn. Yeah. I was literally feet away when they approached. They looked at me and kept rolling. Oh, something going on here. Your head's frozen again? Probably because I'm switching so many things here. Hold on a sec. Y'all ain't missed nothing. That was a weak one. But I got wasting my time on that one. All right, Charles, I'm frozen now. Come on, I know I'm frozen. Come on now. We definitely got a delay. We got a delay. This one.
That's against the law? There's a lot of rights violation going on. It's public. So this cop is telling this guy he can't be in public, I guess. How far I gotta be back? Oh, I understand. This far enough right here. This far enough.
Here you come.
Okay, but I'm far enough. No, 10 feet. Like I said. You know who I am? I know. I don't care who you are. I'm telling you, go back over there. Go back over. How far you want me to go? Why you want me to go that far? Listen, we do the investigation. Just step back. Well, it look like a lot of rights violation to me. I bet you won't get none of that information from me. You asking them.
All right, we got some action now.
This fine. I'm far enough. Do your job. Get to work. Do your work. Don't come bothering me. I'm just recording. Now you violating my First Amendment right. I'm putting you on notice. What's your name and your badge number? What's your name and your badge number? I don't have it already. What's your name and your badge number? You think you're above the law? You gonna obey my rights, man. So stop being a dickhead. Watch it. You bitches crazy. I don't give a damn. You better not, public servant. You can't, public servant. You can't do that, public servant. You can't do that, public servant.
let the camera reflect that he is now flicking off law enforcement officials. While trying to be a public servant himself, he is flicking us off, showing a derogatory gesture toward law enforcement.
Make sure you let them know it's freedom of speech.
Yes. But if we did that to him, he would.
Then you will lose your job because you work for me. Because you work for me, you will lose your job, dickhead. There ain't nothing you can do about it. You ain't hurt my feelings. You just proving how much of a tyrant you are. You just proving that you're not here for the people. You just proving that that oath you took don't mean shit to you. That's what you're proving. That oath you took to uphold my rights don't mean nothing to you. You here for a paycheck. And then you wonder why we don't like you, slimy. Ain't nothing you can do to me but violate my rights. Punk. See, a jaywalking citation means when you obstructing traffic. You know you're being a dickhead when you shine a light at somebody to hold you accountable. Man, your safety is not a concern. You're out here violating rights. You got the mask on your face like you in Afghanistan.
Yeah, Afghanistan.
That's what you do. Eat a dick. Eat a dick. This is the Broward County Sheriff's Department.
Yes, sir, I'm here for you.
You're not here for me. That's a freaking lie. That's a lie. You here to terrorize and brutalize. You're not here for me. If you were here for me, you would put that light down and let me record you as a member of the press. My safety is not your concern. And if you get that light out of my face, giving me night vision, blindness, then I can see better. But you're blinding me with the light. But you don't give a shit. Apologize to these nuts. I feel so sorry for your wife and kids. I know you beat their ass on the regular. Yeah, you are sorry. You very sorry. You very sorry. Hey, I'm on the public sidewalk, so you can eat a dick. You can eat a dick. I'm on the public sidewalk. I'm not. And he refusing ID. This is not a public servant. This is not somebody here to serve and protect the public. This is somebody here to brutalize, to terrorize, to make feel beneath them. And he knows he's supposed to identify himself, especially when he's making contact with me. I don't know if this guy's a terrorist or a police officer. I asked you several times what's the name of your badge number. I said, what's the name of your badge number? I said your name and your badge number. I said your name and your badge number. You'll see it on YouTube, and I meant it. Eat a sandwich dick. You're not serving me, I'm serving you. You're not serving me. Public servant? Fuck you mean, you ain't serving. I would like for you to get to work. That's what I would like for you to do. I would like for you to go over there and watch the backs of your fellow employees while you're wasting time with a man who's not breaking the law. You're wasting time with a man who's not breaking the law, who's doing something that's protected by the Constitution. But see, you don't understand that because the IQ level of a police officer is very low. You don't have a degree.
I don't.
You don't.
I don't have a degree.
I don't know what you're even a police officer.
I don't even have a high school diploma. I don't. No. I just got a job. Got a job. I started the job yesterday, actually. Go on my record. Yesterday.
Hey, I think I might know this dude, old lady or something. I think she probably called me or something. I don't know, because he's very mad with me. Now he got the strobe on. This is how childish this dude is. This is how childish this dude is. This is how childish this dude is.
Nice guy. Very nice guy. What's your name, sir? You want to know mine? What's yours?
If you keep that up, it's going to be plaintiff.
Hey, what,
If you keep that up, it's going to be plaintiff.
what YouTube channel?
If you keep that up, it's going to be plaintiff.
What YouTube channel can I watch?
I know your name is going to be defended.
Yes, sir. Watch it on the YouTube channel. Defend it.
See, this is what happens when the people know their rights and know the power that they have that these people don't like. So what he does me that bright light shining directly in my camera and in my eyes, knowing that it's gonna cause me some type of vision impairment. And then he has the nerve to tell me that he's concerned about my safety. But every time he put that light in my eyes, I have to adjust my sight, which I can back up off the sidewalk, because I'm right to the edge of the sidewalk in the road, but he don't care. He don't care. Now look at him telling me to be careful. He's telling me to be careful, but he's continually shining that light right in my eyes. And he's engaging with me without even identifying himself. Why is he doing that? All you're going to do is be another YouTube tyrant. You're not going to get no kudos. What you're going to get, oh, he's a dickhead, oh, he's an ass, oh, I see why they always get this, always get that. See, what do I tell you people? What do I tell you people all the time? A good cop, which I doubt if any one of them are, because they'll come say something to him about violating my rights. But a good cop's worst enemy is a bad cop, because bad cops get good cops hurt. Not in trouble, they get them killed, actually. Bad cops do. I don't make a threat, I'm just telling you a fact. Many times people say because a cop did me wrong, they went out. I'm reporting right now. I'm reporting. So you're not going to identify? So who are you? Who?
You want me to identify myself?
Identify yourself.
Ready? Ready for it? Exactly what you told me to do. You told me to say something. Bleep, 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 bleep. So I'm going to identify myself with bleep, 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 bleep.
So you're admitting that you are a dick?
That's what you called me. That's my name.
I was a dickhead. I was to get bullied in high school, so he take it out on his own community. No, I'm not your people. I just happen to be a part of your community. I'm not your people. My people are the United States military that took an oath and uphold that oath. That oath means something to us. That oath means something. You know that part of the Constitution where it said, I swear to protect and defend the United States Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Do you know what the First Amendment is? Do you know what the First Amendment is? Do you know what the First Amendment is? So he won't answer that question if he knows what the First Amendment is. The First Amendment is the freedom of press. This is what I'm doing right now is reporting. I see community so-called police officers in our area who are performing their duties, and I just want to observe them in their course of action. But this dude, he wants to block my First Amendment privilege. He's a Broward County sheriff dressed in tactical gear, like he's in Afghanistan, like he has a threat. But he's so concerned about his safety, but not once has he looked back. He's only concentrated on a man with a camera. But his safety is the most important. That's the reason for them shooting us, because it's their safety. Their safety. That's the reason why they justify killing us. Look at this man steady approaching me, getting closer and closer to me. He has guns, he has all type of weapons on me. Please stand back from me. Appreciate that. Thank you. I fear for my safety. You guys are the biggest gang in America. And you're a violent one. You couldn't offend me. Your IQ level is not that high to do so.
That's a very nice shirt. Very nice shirt.
And then they wonder why it's a disconnect. But he doesn't realize that there is a disconnect. I can tell him there's a disconnect until I'm blue in the face, but he won't listen to me.
Hello, how are you?
And he's taking this.
Walk on the sidewalk, okay? I want you to get hurt.
Except when you walk on the public easement. That's okay. As long as you're on the public easement, because the law says when there's no sidewalk, there has to be a public easement. So that means portion of the road is a public easement. He's not telling you that, but Big Nick would tell you that. If there's no sidewalk to walk down, then guess what? This becomes a public easement. Public easement. Because we the public, all of this is ours. So just by these poor black people, and you know I don't emphasize race, but these poor black people are sitting on a public sidewalk in their community, these thugs, goons with masks on, big guns, all type of weapons on them, come out and want to run them like we in Germany.
America says you have the right to privacy. Also, the Florida Penal Code 901.151 states, unless you're being suspended of committing a crime, about to commit a crime, or have committed a crime, you do not have to identify yourself to people. And if they say they have suspicion, it has to be reasonable, articulable suspicion, which means they just can't get out their car, come up there, everybody here, make them sit down, pack their pockets, go through all their personal belongings without reasonable, articulable suspicion, because you're protected by Florida Penal Code 901.151 and also by the Fourth Amendment. That's private property. You can't enforce on private property. That's private property. You can't enforce on private property. What you think you're doing to your community? Is that worse than what you're doing? Is that worse than what you're doing? Is that worse than what you're doing? Hey man, when you gotta go, you gotta go. When you gotta go, you gotta go, big man. Hey, ask him not to shoot nobody unarmed.
Hey, do me a favor. Make sure you get a light on your bike, all right? You listen.
Tell him don't shoot anybody unarmed. Tell him do not use the excuse that they fear for their safety. They're not your friend. They're not out here for you. He'll take you to jail in a heartbeat. He's not out here for you. He'll take you to jail in a heartbeat. He will shoot you and claim you in fear of his safety. Right, because the cops don't shoot unarmed people. This dude is a clown, man. I'm sorry to all clowns. To all clowns, I apologize. But this dude is worth. Look, he got a mask on. Look at the mask on his face.
Take care. Have a great night.
Look.
Take care.
You can imagine how ugly he is up under that mask. Look. And there you go again, putting the light right in my eyes. But he's telling me about that, but I can't see now. So if I get hit by a car, will he be liable?
No, because technically he said in the street though.
Boy, this dude is crazy. This dude is crazy. But for you, because I want to keep this going with you, what I actually said was, where there's no public sidewalk, the street becomes an easement. I can walk on the street as an easement. That's what I said. Well, I tell you. Now, bruh, you don't have a bruh around here. You lost that privilege a long time ago. You don't have a bruh. You don't see us as your bruh. You do not see us as that. That's why when I get opportunity to go hard on my bruh, I go hard on them. Because they forgot. Don't pray for me, pray for you. But you just submitted to him, Joe. You just submitted to him, bro. You didn't have to submit to them. I was in the same area. They know Big Nick, though. They not to come up to me and ask me for no ID. You just submitted to him, though. Don't submit to these clowns, man. Make them violate your rights.
I ain't submit.
You gave up your information?
All that.
Oh, okay.
You finna go, Mr. West.
Yeah,
Facebook.
If they ask me my name, I'm going to tell them what to do with it. That's not cooperation. That's submitting to these tyrants.
Then they got two black officers.
So-called, allegedly.
Acting like an ass.
Allegedly.
Why they want two white folks on the computer?
NWA said it, but what NWA said, because they'll send me down to the street top. Black police showing off for the white car.
Ain't about that.
That's what they say.
Ain't about that.
What you think it's about? Because they just violated your rights. They just violated your rights.
They did their job.
That's not their job. That's what you wrong. That's not their job. No, you hold on. No, you hold on. That's not their job. Do you understand that you have constitutional rights? You understand you have rights in America?
Yes.
Okay, and one of your rights is the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment is the right to privacy. And also in Florida, you know what? Wait a minute. You can't get around the law. They get around the law. We don't get around the law. They get around the law. Florida Penal Code 901.151 states. And I ain't gonna even tell you, but just know. What was the probable cause for them to take your ID?
No problem.
And that man was just in there telling you that you can't be on the public sidewalk. Hey, see that? If you touch your nose, it might shrink. Because I wasn't talking about you. The world don't revolve around you. The world don't revolve around you, buddy. Those other officers, or so-called officers, nobody refer to you. Don't give them your name. Now see if he identify to you. See if he identify to you. Ask him his name. to shoot you. And let them violate your rights. That's being a leader by submitting to them. As long as you, he ain't saying nothing. 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 He's a tyrant. That's what he is. They just got how many people violate how many rights? Man, I won't stop talking while that clown talking. While that clown talking. I don't have to let that clown, I don't have to hear that clown. I don't have to hear that clown. He want to do something to me. He want to do something to me. Oh, automatically you got shot.
Now, they got all the stuff out of this country. So y'all are trying to keep I understand. But at the same time,
Girl, stop talking, man. You being a sheep right now. Stop talking.
I got some white folks I put with got pounds with. You walking in the hey, what's that? Why the fuck y'all ain't talking with the real talk? We ain't got money like that.
Man, please. Don't you know the whole department is subsidized on the backs of the poor? Ask him to identify himself to you. He won't identify because he's a coward. This same dude who's so bold with a flashlight is the same agency that wouldn't run in Parkland. This is the same agency that wouldn't run in Douglas. But he's a tough guy with a flashlight, but he wouldn't run in Douglas. 17 kids got killed at storming Douglas because the Brown County Sheriff's Office was too busy hiding in the bushes. But now he's a big man with a mask on. Yeah, because of you guys. Your brothers was there. The agency was there. BSO agency. The sheriff wasn't there either. He lost his job behind it. The sheriff wasn't there. He lost his job behind it. It ain't no such thing as a good cop until one of those cops comes stand up for our rights. There's no such thing as a good cop. Blue lives murder. So what you trying to say? You want to call them people stepping fence? This ain't Facebook. This is a little bigger than Facebook. You can't reason with these people, man. And his little puny brain, you're beneath him. No. He can't say anything disrespectful to me. He can't. He can't say anything disrespectful to me. If he could, he would. If this camera wasn't up, it'd be a different story.
They got check with me in here? If not, I don't want to get on criminal record. You got some money with me? Check for $200 tonight. 3-4 times. All the money you stole.
He come to work for a pension, man. That's the most important thing to him is pension. You paid for it. What you mean you helped put it together? You paid for it. But they don't like to be recorded. They record us, but he don't like record. That's why he got his light in my camera. You should have been stopped talking to me a long time ago. I never asked to talk with you. But the difference is they don't care about yours. Man, why is this dude wearing a mask if he care about us? What happened to community police? You ever seen the community police walk around with masks on? What happened to community police? I'm born and raised in Fort Lauderdale. I remember the days of community police. at the same time, but he feared him. He's trying to be cordial with him, but he hasn't put the flashlight out of my camera yet. So, you know, you can't have it both ways. You can't be trying to be a community citizen to one, but I'm going to go violate the rights of the other. Hey, y'all always remember, these people work for us. They're public servants. Now look at this dickhead, he still ain't identified himself to me. But he's a coward, he walk around with a mask on, harassing poor people. Don't pray for me, pray for Lotto. Pray for Lotto.
She won't tell me.
Joel, come on, come tell me what it is. He didn't tell me. He didn't tell me. He wouldn't tell me. You know I ain't gonna lie to you. What name he told you?
Lady Sheep says
Well,
I'm lucky he didn't
I'm trying to do this for our community and you ain't on that. That's not their job, bro. They counting on y'all to think like that. He can't arrest me. He can't arrest me, but then I'm gonna have his job if he do. So I know what I'm talking about. I didn't submit. They know not to come after me for my information. They ran y'all name. They ain't run my name. This is a miracle. This is a miracle. I know my rights. I know my rights. They didn't get my name and they won't get my name. Hey, Del, what was the probable cause, though? He didn't have a bill. He didn't have a bill. No, he got searched. He got searched. I know, but, you know, I stand up for the Constitution, the 4th Amendment. Hey, Deputy Allergy. Halloween ain't in November. Or October, my bad.
Y'all speak that shit up.
Deputy Allergy.
Hey, I ain't mad at y'all, man. Do your job.
Deputy Allergy.
I'm going to look.
Deputy Coward. Man, what you mean leave them people alone? You ain't telling me to leave y'all alone. Y'all won't break the law. Y'all just submitted. Shine, you know what I do. Shine, you know what I do. Big Nick South Florida accountability. Out.
Yeah, we don't need no flag. Alrighty, y'all. That was Big Nick. That was our buddy Big Nick. Good man, good man. He funny as heck. I'm sorry. Y'all said y'all heard it say. I dare y'all to walk up to y'all police and say what he said. Go be like, hey Liz, where you been at? Oh, I was downtown. Oh, shucks. You trying to tell me I did another 5 hours? Lord. I've been on since 9 o'clock last night. All right, anybody got any final comments? Let me get right out of here. Anybody have any idea what they want to talk about on Sunday? I mean, the Bible study tonight. I'll give y'all the option. Did it freeze? Y'all ain't missed nothing anyway. Y'all heard it. It was dark anyway. Really ain't missed nothing. Y'all heard it. Yeah. That damn shame. I dare y'all talk to the police like that. They gonna find you downtown. Said I'm going downtown. Actually, y'all, he been arrested 4 times, he said. In the third video he played today, I think he said he was arrested 4 times. So he ain't getting away with it. Like he say he is. Naya said, oh my, and Liz said, mercy. Mercy, mercy me. Oh, what a pleasure to be. Naya says, get some rest. All right. Well, let me get ready to get out of here. I hope that Jasiga TV and Black Beauty join us tomorrow. Tony came by yesterday. So did Toss, baby. Liz Naya, we know. We also had SS Jim come by. Oh, we had what the heck is his name? Y'all know who I'm talking about. Shucks. What was the guy named, Naya? Well, there's Sungrown. Sungrown came by also. The driver. Naya said, I hope they meant things respectfully. Yeah, so Sungrown just drinking on. He stopped by also. Why is it that when we get ready to get off, we get more people? We just went from 3 to 5. How the heck that happened? Well, why is it that when I get ready to get off, we get more people? Like, wow. But all right, y'all. If we want any chance of Bible study tonight, I need to hit the sack. We want any chance of a Bible study tonight. So I will see y'all later on today. And I will say I'll see you soon. Y'all have a great night. Thanks for stopping by, everybody. And I'll see you tomorrow, God willing. Y'all have a great and productive day.